held at the Town Hall in Matlock on Tuesday, 11th June 2024. Just by way of introductions, my name's Councillor Peter O'Brien. I'm chairing this evening's meeting. I represent the Hathersage and Eam area on the District Council. Officers, my Vice Chair here with me this evening is Councillor Sue Burfoot on my right. We have officers from the Council, from the Planning Service, Sean Robson, Miles Joyce and Sarah Arban on my right. Our Legal Services Manager, Kay France, on my left, and on my far left we have Angela from our Democratic Services, who looks after the make sure we all behave at the meeting, basically, and counts the voting, etc. There's no fire practice scheduled for this evening, so if we do hear the fire alarm going, it is a genuine emergency. We make our way out through the emergency exit, which is in front of me, behind you, through the double doors and down the stairs. Please don't use the lift. Members of the public who are here, we have toilets available, toilets through the doors on the left, alternatively downstairs and to the left as well, so you'll feel free to use those. There's refreshments outside in the corridor, water, tea and coffee. Can't vouch for the quality of the tea and coffee, but it's available there. We do stream these meetings live. They're on YouTube. So if while you're speaking as a member of the public, you don't wish to appear on the live stream, please let me know and we can turn the camera off at that point. And at some stage, probably after an hour and a half or so, we'll take a comfort break during the proceedings. Right, before we get on to considering the planning applications themselves, we've one or two standard items to go through, the first of which is apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. There's no apologies for this evening.
Okay, that's very good to hear. Item 2 is approval of our previous meeting, which was a meeting held on the 9th of April. I understand that someone has noticed an error in the previous minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I think page 14, the person speaking for that item was not Councillor Rains, but I think it was Councillor Jason Farmer. If anybody is there to support that, I didn't rewatch the video, but that was my memory. Correct.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zobbs. With that amendment to the minutes, would someone like to move approval?
Move them, Chair.
Move that, sorry. Yeah, sorry, David. Moved by Councillor Burton, seconded by Councillor Slack. All in favour, please show. Any objections? Any abstentions? Those are noted. That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 3 is interests. Any members like to declare an interest in any items? Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I haven't got an interest, but I judge it inappropriate for me to take part in the first material agenda item on this planning application because of correspondence I've had with the planning officers previously.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. I've got, I want to declare a non-pecuniary personal interest in 24/00278/out, in that I have on occasion used the services of the kennels and cattery.
Thank you, Councillor Burfoot, for that. Right, we're now moving on to item 4 and then the applications for determination. For new members of the committee, we do have at least one new member, Councillor Butcher. Welcome to the Planning Committee. Just to refresh members and members of the public on how we take forward consideration of the applications. We invite members of the public, parish or town councils, and the applicant and his or her agent to speak in favour or against, or make a comment on the application. Other than the ward member, who is also entitled to speak, the ward members and the applicant have 5 minutes to speak. All other representations are allowed 3 minutes. After that, the planning officer will present details of the relevant planning application. Members are then able to ask questions. And while I'm in the chair, and in the interest of being a balance of democracy and efficiency, please limit questions to 3 each. Once questions are finished, we then move into a debate between members on as to determine the application, and then we take a vote. That's how we've managed very successfully the planning committee over the last 12 months. I'm sure that will continue over the next 12 months. So we'll move on to our first application this evening. This is an application at Brailsford for 33 new dwelling houses, and this is an application which was deferred for a number of specific reasons at a previous planned committee. We have some late representations on this. These are on the desk in front of you, so I'll just give members a few moments to read through those, and then we'll come back to the public participation. All right, thank you, members. I'm now going to ask Councillor Jeff Bond, who's the local ward member, to comment on the application. Councillor Bond, you've 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This application is one of 3 new developments being envisaged for Brailsford. This application is for 33 new homes. Another application for 75 homes is at the appeal stage, and another application for 77 homes will be forthcoming in the near future from another developer. This is all in Brailsford, where there's already been 3 other housing developments completed in recent times. I would ask you to reject this application on the grounds that it's not consistent with the relevant key issues identified by the District Council in the Derbyshire Dales local plan, namely 1, protecting and enhancing the character and distinctiveness of the landscape, towns and villages, 2, addressing the challenges of climate change, 3, meeting the housing needs, 4, managing travel demand and improving accessibility, 5, protecting and enhancing community infrastructure, connectivity and local services, 6, protecting and improving leisure and recreational opportunities for residents and visitors, and 7, maintaining and strengthening the vitality of town and village centres. The fabric of village life in the Derbyshire Dales is woven from the threads of its unique culture and individual character, both of which are being increasingly threatened by unrestrained housing developments. As these developments sprawl unchecked, they not only strain already inadequate infrastructure, but also overwhelm local services that lack the capacity to support burgeoning populations. In light of these pressing concerns, there is critical need for greater oversight and consideration by our planning department and elected members for the following reasons. 1, the preservation of cultural identity. The essence of village life, for which the Derbyshire Dales and Peak District is renowned, lies in its distinct cultural identity shaped by centuries of tradition and community interaction. Unrestricted housing developments risk homogenising this identity, as the very significant flux of newcomers dilutes the fabric of local customs, values and traditions. By restricting further developments, we can halt the sprawl, safeguard the authenticity and uniqueness of each village, preserving its heritage for current and future generations. 2, the protection of infrastructure. The infrastructure in many rural villages is already stretched thin, struggling to accommodate existing residents, let alone additional populations brought in by new housing developments. Roads become congested, water and sewage systems reach capacity, and public services become overburdened. By imposing restrictions on housing developments, we can alleviate the strain on infrastructure and ensure that essential services remain accessible and efficient for all residents. 3, the enhancement of local services. Local services in rural villages often operate on limited budgets and resources, making it challenging to meet the needs of growing populations. Schools become overcrowded, health care facilities are overstretched, and public transportation options remain inadequate, creating more congestion from vehicles on small roads. By curbing the expansion of housing developments, we can alleviate the pressure on local services, allowing for targeted improvements and ensuring that residents receive the quality services they deserve. And 4, sustainable local growth and community well-being. Sustainable growth is essential for the long-term well-being of rural communities. However, unrestrained housing developments not only degrade the environment through habitat destruction and increased pollution, but also disrupt the social fabric of villages, eroding the sense of community and belonging. By implementing greater oversight and consideration in planning decisions, we can promote balanced growth that respects the environment, enhances community cohesion, and fosters a high quality of life for all residents in Derbyshire Dales. In conclusion, rejecting this application signals a determination by the Council to be consistent across its response to consultation with residents and its resolve to respect and protect the high quality of life in villages and the surrounding areas. This can only be done by restricting housing developments and implementing greater oversight by our planning department and elected members. It is imperative, finally, to protect the unique culture, character and infrastructure of rural villages in Derbyshire Dales. By doing so, we can ensure the sustainability and vitality of these communities for generations to come. I would urge you to reject this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Cannon, who is a local resident. Mr. Cannon, when you're ready, you have 3 minutes, please. If you press the little button on the speaker there.
Good evening. I've been living in Brailsford for 37 years and have been very disappointed to see the development, which has now doubled the size of the village without these extra houses which are being spoken about. It's in danger of being spoilt. I would like to dwell on 3 points. One is the flooding of the main road caused by the new build on the Cameron Home site. The 1960s combined master drains are unable to handle heavy rainfall from the attenuation on the land south of Wirksworth Lane and east of Luke Lane, Brailsford. Therefore, any additional housing, including 33, will further exacerbate this problem. I have a photograph of the flooding that took place in November. And I'll leave some of these on the desk, which demonstrates this very unsatisfactory situation. Severn Trent will not do anything until there is a need, and they've been asked to attend to this for at least 10 years without any action. In addition, the location on the corner opposite the school will cause some 60 more cars to pass through the existing estate. They will exit opposite the school, and this junction is already causing significant danger to the children arriving and leaving school. No controlled crossing exists, and heavy goods vehicles travelling to and from Hull and Concrete are passing the school at 30 miles an hour and passing this particular junction. So there is a significant amount of danger. Education, the school is already full with no spaces for more children locally. And I do recall that this, which was an extension to the Cameron Homes site originally, was rejected at the outset due to landscape quality. And therefore, I would ask you to reject this application. Thank you.
Mr. Cannon. Our next speaker, Mr. Stuart Wells, who is the agent for the applicant. Mr. Wells, when you already have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Following local concerns, members deferred this application at the March Committee, seeking a further understanding of the proposed drainage system with further consultation with the local flood authority and Severn Trent. Members also raised concerns about highway safety along Luke Lane and Wirksworth Lane, requiring further consultation with the Highway Authority. Starting with the drainage system across phases 1 and 2, officers have undertaken renewed consultation with the local flood authority and Severn Trent, with both statutory consultees reconfirming that they are satisfied that the surface water drainage system is acceptable, and Severn Trent have confirmed that there would be no issues with the connections into the network for phase 1. To be clear, the phase 1 drainage network is to be adjusted by enlarging the existing basin. That's the attenuation basin. The extra houses and hardstanding from phase 2 would not result in an increase in surface water runoff, and to be clear, all surface water will be captured and stored in the enlarged basin, then released in a controlled manner at the same rate to the current greenfield site. Connecting phase 2 does not make the phase 1 network worse, as there is sufficient capacity in the phase 1 network to accommodate phase 2. This has all been considered acceptable by the Flood Authority, EA and Severn Trent. In terms of foul water, Severn Trent have also confirmed that there is sufficient capacity in their existing network to accommodate additional flows from both phases 1 and 2. Turning to highways, whilst the Highway Authority have no objection to the proposals, there was some local concern from both residents and members with regards to the current speed of vehicles travelling around Wirksworth Lane and Luke Lane near to the site's access, particularly around the bend near to the school. The 30-mile-an-hour zone ends just to the north of the existing phase 1 access, with the bend and Wirksworth Lane currently subject to the national speed limit. Hearing these concerns, Cameron are now proposing a 110-metre extension to the 30-mile-an-hour zone, moving it back to include the bend and the approach along Wirksworth Lane. The new speed limit works would include new speed limit signs, a painted 30-mile-an-hour sign with red surfacing on the road, rumble wave and dragon teeth surfacing on the approach, with road markings saying slow. There would also be a new Brailsford gateway sign. These works would mean vehicle speeds around the bend and the approach towards the school are significantly reduced from the national speed limit to a maximum of 30 mile an hour. This is a substantial improvement to highway and pedestrian safety, addressing local concerns. Members also asked to see more trees on the site, and in response, Cameron are now proposing more trees in both the open space areas and along the streets. The total number of new trees to be planted across phase 2 is now 76, which is a 10% increase to what was previously proposed. There would be a substantial tree belt along the eastern and northern boundaries, and no existing trees or hedgerow would be removed. Responding to members' previous queries on sustainability, to be clear, all new properties will have solar panels, storage batteries, EV charging points, advanced ventilation systems, water-reducing technologies, smart apps and high-quality insulation and glazing. I reiterate what I said at the last committee, that this site has been identified as being suitable for allocation by the council itself via its own local plan working group. This application has been prepared in response to the recommendations of that report, with the application coming forward now, given that there is a pressing need to address the current deficit in the council's housing supply. This is a logical and suitable extension to the existing Acorn Meadows site, rounding off the edge of the village at a scale suitable for Brailsford. Circumstances have changed since the previous 2016 application, given the recent assessment in the SHLA, the recommendations by the local plan working group, and the fact that the council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. In April, Cameron submitted revisions to this scheme, having listened to the concerns raised by locals and members. This includes extending the 30-mile-an-hour limit and adding more trees. And importantly, the Flood Authority and Severn Trent continue to agree that the proposed drainage system is acceptable and that there is sufficient capacity in the network without causing any wider problems. This is a high-quality, positive proposal put forward by Cameron, who have responded to members' requests and local concerns. Therefore, as per the recommendations of your officers, this application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wells. At this stage, I'm going to ask our development manager, Mr. Sean Robson, to introduce the report and introduce his recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll introduce the report, then I'll go back to the actual late representations that are key to members' consideration prior to a decision being reached. So the application was presented to the March Committee. It was deferred for clarification or a refreshment and or update on information prudent to consideration by members, with that focused on highway-related matters and drainage. The application itself, I'll just go through the actual slides behind me. It's exactly the same as the previous presentation in March, albeit there are 2 slides I want to draw members' attention to. So this is the application site. So joins the existing application to the residential sites to the south. This plan is the new planting master plan that's been submitted by the applicant in terms of the additional planting to the boundary and the compensated planting within the site. This is part of one of the proposed revisions to the condition, which I'll come on to shortly in the late representation. The application illustrates the proposed alterations as part of the scheme, which includes the dragon's teeth, as they're referred to, which is the plan to the top, which shows the zigzag formation or the triangle formation, dragon's teeth, as it's referred to, in terms of vehicular calming or proactive vehicular calming measure that's been put forward by the applicants. This information has gone through to the County Council as the Highway Authority for their comment. They haven't responded to it. They have had this information for a while. And this just brings me nicely on to the proposed house types, which members may well recall. So typical residential properties, 2-storey in nature, red brick and tile. Conditions are proposed to agree materials prior to commencement. And these are the single-storey development single-storey units on that particular site. 2-storey elements again. And this is just the artist's rendition or illustrations of what the development will look like, and some cross-sections through the actual site. And this is an aerial view of the actual site itself. Now, if I can just draw members' attention to the late representations, I just want to go through that just to make members aware of the fact what's in there. And the Chair very kindly introduced members to it, and members took a point or some time to actually go through it. But effectively, since or following the publication of the actual report, there have been a number of objections received from residents, raising a number of points. Most of them are actually covered within the actual report as written. And I think it's more worthwhile just reiterating at this point that the reasons why the application was deferred and brought back to members to clarify a number of key issues, or 3 key issues. In terms of the further comments that's received from some of the consultees, one thing that didn't form part of the original report was the comment that's come in from the Chesterfield Royal Hospital NHS Foundation. They've asked, were members or were the application to be approved, they've asked for a combined contribution towards healthcare provision equating to 55,987. Were members to approve the application, it brings us on to the next point on that page of the actual representation, the recommendation. It's proposed to tweak the recommendation that's in front of members at the moment. The wording's slightly different in that it will read, the authority will be delegated to the development manager or principal planning officer in consultation with the co-chairs and vice-chairs of the committee to approve any amendments to the conditions, so delete as deemed necessary, and grant planning permission subject to completion of the Section 106 obligation agreement that secures the delivery of 10 affordable dwellings. An appropriate tenure of a minimum of 25% should be first homes. And there's an addition going in here of this £55,987 towards healthcare provision. And the rest of it reads as written. And if members can just turn over the page, there is a proposed change to condition number 2. Specifically, the reference to is actually shaded. Landscape master plan. The last 3 points, or the last 3 digits and prefixes on that line says PO4. Previously it's PO3, so this is the revised landscape master plan. And further down, just underneath the transportation statement, there is a reference on a new inclusion in there to the proposed speed limit, relocation and gateway feature. That's the information that was in front of members, the Dragon's Teeth formation that's on the actual screen behind me at the moment. And there was one further addition to include on this, where members to be minded to support the application. A number of the conditions on, as read in the report, refer to no development commencing or no development shall take place. It's proposed to include a slight tweak to that wording, that no development or site clearance works shall commence until. So there's the inclusion for each of those conditions that relates to no development or no development until, to include that site clearance works. Thank you, Chair. That concludes the update.
Thank you, Sean. Now moving on to members' questions.
Sorry, Chair. My apologies. I just got carried away with myself there. There was just one other inclusion on the conditions, and again, this is a verbal update. This came in following the actual publication of the late representations. We've had comments back from the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. They were consulted on the application, but there was a couple of, there's 5 reasons, 5 conditions even, sorry, to be included where members to approve this application. I have got the exact wording here. I'm not proposing to go through the exact wording of the conditions, but the headline for each point of those conditions. There's a condition relating to a pre-start badger survey, a survey relating to nesting birds and the period of time in which developments commence within the calendar year to avoid nesting season, a lighting strategy to be agreed to ensure that nocturnal bats and so forth, nocturnal creatures aren't disturbed, a habitat management and monitoring plan, and finally a species mitigation and enhancement plan is proposed where members to approve the application. Thank you, Chair. That is the conclusion.
We move on to members' questions now. Just to remind colleagues, I've asked that we restrict ourselves to 3 questions each, please. And please ensure there are questions rather than statements. Councillor Burton, you were first, I think.
Chair, can I just ask Sean, can we just go back to that very last slide that you produced for us to look at? And what, that one, yeah. What I just want to ask of you as a professional planning officer, does that not, for you as a professional planning officer, denote the sort of boundary of the village?
Through you, Chair, if I may. Do you mean the question in relation to where the current built form ends, or the line, the sweeping curve and the hedgerow for the village?
As a professional officer, would you not wish to sort of be, well, I'm sort of putting words into you. I'm interested to know from your perspective, from me as a member of the planning committee looking at that, that is the logical boundary now of Brailsford. Anything now as we're presented with, is significant encroachment.
Question, please, David.
Yeah. What's your view? I'm asking you, Sean, as a planning officer.
In terms of cutting to the principle of the development and so forth, I mean, obviously members will recall in March it was deferred for 3 specific reasons, the application. Therefore, the actual principle of the development itself was considered at the first hearing or the first reading, as it were, of the application. So effectively, why the report's back in front of members now is just a clarification on those points why it was deferred, not the principle again. So effectively, by the deferment only focusing on a few key areas, the principle itself has effectively been agreed. Now, in terms of a built form or delineating the edge of a village or a village settlement, it tends to be, or you tend to generally look for any physical features that would delineate that: roads, hedgerows, a ravine, or a ditch, or a dike, or something like that, of that nature, is what I would tend to look for. Taking this example as an aside, but that's the type of physicality I would look for.
Councillor Archer.
Thanks, Chair. 3 quick questions. First of all, the comment just made there about the principle already being agreed. I thought when we last discussed it, we didn't agree, we deferred. I didn't think that we had agreed in principle. So just could I have clarification on that, on whether we are just reconsidering the points we deferred or the whole principle? So I don't think we voted on the principle. I think we just deferred the whole thing. So that was the first question. Second question relates to one of the things we did defer on, which is highways. We asked for further information. I don't think we've had anything back from highways. There's nothing in the report I can see from highways. So if that was a reason for deferral, we haven't had that extra information. Is it not plausible that we can now say, well, actually, we still can't make a decision because what we asked for we haven't had? So that's the second question. The third question is something which actually all the residents have raised in terms of other developments with me as well, which I think has caused some confusion. There was an article, and it's mentioned here in the first late reps point. There was an article about the local plan review talking about how we're going to need to remove proposed developments off our plan because we're going to be over a housing need. And yet, obviously, this point here is that the reason this one is being considered is because we are not meeting a housing need. I think that's caused some confusion. So I wonder if there's an opportunity for you to explain that to members of the public as well while we're here discussing this item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. I will just turn on its head slightly and answer the last question first. In terms of the local plan review, I mean, obviously, subject to that being accepted, being adopted, and going through an examination by the planning inspectorate, at that point, it may well be appropriate to only have a fixed number of allocations and or sites that are put forward as part of the new plan as it will look moving forward. Until that happens, then obviously everything that exists within the current plan, or the current position where we are in terms of housing numbers, or lack thereof, the 5-year housing supply still exists. I hope that provides clarity.
Yeah, I think I understood that, but I think there's members of the public that perhaps have been confused by that article that was out, so that was just to try and clarify, yeah. Okay.
In terms of the second point, the highway element, yes, quite correct. The application was deferred to seek clarification on the back of, and if memory serves me, it was the confirmation from highways based on the numerous concerns that have been raised by residents and the parish in relation to highways impact or the further impact this development will have on the surrounding area and whether or not that is appropriate or not. The information that's presented as part of the actual application and following that deferral, the County Council Highway Authority were notified or asked to comment on those particular points and the further information that has been submitted by the applicants or through their agent. And no, we haven't had any information back from highways on that point. The only point I would make on that is the fact that, as the report has written previously, highways were quite clear in the fact that I'm putting forward a number of conditions where the application to be approved. We've sought clarification on that, and further information has come into review, or at least certainly address from the applicant side, to their agent, in terms of the impact on the wider highway network. That's gone to highways, but no, you're right, nothing has come from highways on that point. In terms of whether or not it could be deferred on that matter, that will be something that obviously members would have to consider in the round. And then just finally, on in terms of the first point that was raised, the agreed in principle, that was my understanding at the committee, that effectively it was sought for clarification on those points. That's how the minute was read. Thank you.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Sean, Severn Trent have said the infrastructure, in their opinion, is correct. Is there a history of infrastructure when it was when the infrastructure had been increased on sewerage and surface water? Is there any history of it? Written history?
Sorry, through your chair. Sorry, Councillor. Do you mean in terms of this particular site, or just history in general?
No, in this particular site in Brailsford, because there's been an enormous lot of developments over the last few years, and I just wondered the history when Severn Trent's supposed to improve the infrastructure.
I mean, I can't speak on behalf of Severn Trent. I know, obviously, as the statutory undertaker for that element, and certainly sewage provision, that will be within their requirement and/or justification judgment when further investment's required. I mean, it is not unheard of for a drainage provider to ask for upgrades and/or contributions towards upgrades, but obviously a planning authority can't make that decision. It has to come from the service provider directly, in this case, Severn Trent.
But are we in his rights to ask for information, history of infrastructure improvements?
I mean, we can separately ask Severn Trent. I mean, it would probably more of a district-wide question rather than a site-specific question to the settlement, but certainly we could ask that question.
My second question is, as Sam said, there's been an enormous lot of development in this Brailsford. I remember 15 years ago when Brailsford was quite a small village, and it's a tremendous amount, probably more development there than anywhere else in the district. As a professional planner, in your opinion, is this overdevelopment? Sorry, sir.
I mean, everything's been weighed in the round and the balance, and obviously the application is put forward for the development. I mean, obviously the one thing to go back to that I think the applicant did, sorry, the applicant's agent did say, applicant's agent even, sorry, slip of the tongue, applicant's agent did draw attention to, and I know members on the table are aware of, we don't have a 5-year housing supply at the moment, and obviously any quantum of development that comes forward to move us closer to that 5 years is something that we do have to weigh in the balance. And I think that's what's come through the report in terms of the recommendation.
Right, thank you, Sean.
Councillor Burfoot.
I'm just looking at the late representations under highways from the agent's update, and it talks of proposing extending the 30-mile-an-hour zone further northeast along Wyaston Lane, etc. In my experience, TROs, traffic regulation orders, which this will be included in, are notoriously slow to get implemented. Have we got any time scale for when they would be implemented?
Again, through your chair, if I may. In short, Councillor, no. It would be subject to fact and degree, and certainly the County Council, I can't speak on behalf of the County Council highway team or their engineering team that would implement this, but certainly, I'm afraid I can't give you any more clarification on that, I'm afraid.
Councillor Bussell.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one for Sean, I think. To be perfectly clear, there is no combined sewer here. Any extra water will go into the attenuation pond. It won't go into the sewers, so it won't increase the amount of sewerage in our rivers. That's the question.
Sorry, Councillor, it sounded more like a statement. I mean, if I can just draw members' attention again to the page 50 of the agenda that's in front of them. Following the deferral, there were, and I think at the beginning of the report I did mention that those things that are in bold, the changes following the deferral. That has come in on behalf of the LLFA and the LFA basically, in terms of asking for the actual surface water details to be firmed up, as it were, and/or to be agreed prior to commencement. This is another one of those ones about prior to commencement and/or where members to be approved at the any site clearance work. So that has been considered. It was my understanding there was separate sewers here rather than it being a combined one, Councillor.
Yeah, that's what I read it as well, but I wasn't entirely sure because it's quite wordy. Second question was the agent mentioned they were likely to include water management systems. Is that what I would think of as a grey water system, where they were using overflows from their roofs or whatever for washing machines and the like? So that would be helpful?
Yes, I mean, just to pick up on that point, there are a number of systems you can use in any dwelling. I mean, it goes all the way back to what a lot of people will probably consider was done back in the day, where you had a water put outside of a garage or part of the drainage system. But certainly the use of grey water for flushing certain toilet facilities and/or through a small treatment facility within the house, a very inexpensive one, it can go into the washing machine. So there are a number of options there.
Yeah, would it be possible to condition that those options are taken up rather than just mentioned?
And again, through you, Chair, a lot of these points are picked up as part of the building regs submission.
Right.
However, if members were minded to support the application or ask for a condition of the appropriate measures and/or steps or certainly sustainable methods within the bill to be agreed, and we can possibly put a condition of that nature where members to vote on that nature.
Right, and my final question is about the planning balance and the previous refusal on landscape grounds. Is that essentially the fact that we haven't got a 5-year land supply, the thing that's changing the way we are approaching this?
It is a major consideration, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the existing development that's been done, is the cul-de-sac, has that already been adopted by the highways, or has it been done to an adoptable standard, or is it be classed as a private development?
In short, I can't answer that because I haven't had those comments from highways. I haven't sought that confirmation from highways. However, looking round there and living on a cul-de-sac that is private stroke part ownership from highways, it looks to me, again, my word or my consideration carries no authority on this element of the highway authority. It looks like the cul-de-sac itself, the element we walked on when we parked the minibus through the site visit, that is an adoptable standard, yes.
Because one or two of the representations read that it's very narrow on the cul-de-sac, and which lends me to the questions I've just asked, basically. So if it's not been adopted by now, when the other 30-odd houses are built, we're going to have a problem where who's going to be responsible for the road network?
I mean, in terms of that, Councillor, just to pick up that point, I'm quite sure it's been made to the committee before. I know that whenever you've got a new housing development and so forth, the housing developer themselves as a company are responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of the road for a set period before the highway authority will then adopt the road. And only at that point, if it's to an adoptable standard, will they adopt it. So more often than not, they're built to an adoptable standard, but then that maintenance of that or damage is repaired, altered, before the highway authority will adopt it. I'm only speaking from previously working at Unitary Authority, and that was a conversation that was had frequently.
Yeah, thank you. We have had it in the past that we've been to these estates and they aren't to an adoptable width, so it does cause concern.
Councillor Maelstrom.
Thank you. It's probably in there, but I just can't see it because there's so many conditions on this report. 753, under the Wildlife Trust recommendations, there's reference to securing a landscape and biodiversity enhancement and management plan. You mentioned in the late submissions that there were 5 new conditions. Is that one of the new conditions? Can you just reassure us that it is in there as a condition?
It is in there, yes, as a condition. It was something that I spoke to the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust yesterday and this morning. That was something that was reiterated from them. It's here. Unfortunately, I didn't have it at the time when the late representation was published, I'm afraid, but it is here. It's one of the proposed conditions were it to be approved. Thank you.
Right, if we've... Sorry, Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions. One picks up on the moving of the 30-mile-an-hour limit and the gateway feature, which has been put forward by the developer. Is that entirely in the gift of highways, or can we condition that?
Through you, Chair. It is the highway ownership of that road and so forth. And again, the Highway Authority may not want to see that happen. I mean, they've had the information in front of them. They've had the information to consider. However, we can, as part of the revised condition number 2, there is reference to those works forming part of the overall decision where it to be approved. So we can control it to a degree in ensuring that development is commenced in accordance with those details. If, however, hypothetically, Highways wanted a different change or a revision of that, then we would have to bring that back or at least certainly consider a revision to that element of that condition. So we can control it to a degree, but we cannot insist upon it. I hope that answers your question.
Right, wasn't the answer I wanted to hear, but...
I've just been...
thank you.
Honest.
Could you just confirm my understanding, and that is schools' capacity and the effective functioning of GPs is not a material consideration in planning law?
It's not, no, but needless to say, as part of any application for large-scale developments or larger-scale developments, we do contact the Education Authority, the County Council, as well as the NHS Trust. And I've mentioned that the NHS have come back and asked for a contribution towards healthcare provision. And the Education Authority have come back and have asked for, and forgive me, I'm just trying to read quickly, the provision of a combined amount. It's £138,089.35. It's on page 48 of the agenda page. So we can, it's considered in the round of what contributions or material or mitigation is required to facilitate development, which covers a wide area, a wide spectrum of considerations such as healthcare, education, and space, affordable housing. All those are in there as part of our SPD as an authority, and most authorities SPD. So it is a consideration, but there's nothing set down particularly in policy that thou shall provide X amount of places, but we do consider every application on its merit.
If I could just come back to clarify through you, Chair. So that means that this is formulaic. These are X houses, Y children of a particular age, and hence this sum of money. It's not a reason for refusal.
No, it's not coming. We would effectively, how we would defer it were we to be in a hypothetical appeal situation. We may well be asked by the inspector to justify where the calculation came from, which is obviously part of a calculation from the County Council. They do have a formula. That's updated, I don't know how regularly, but it's within their gift or their instruction to the district authorities of what would be required for a development of a certain size and quantum.
Sean, Councillor Dobbs has prompted me to ask a question, follow-up question on that. Planning authorities are often criticised on the lack of community infrastructure being provided. And while we can insist on a contribution to provide additional school spaces, it appears that there's no obligation on the county council to provide those places within a specified period of time. Are we able to find any wording where this to be approved, which require the additional school places to be on site at the same time as the new development is occupied?
Just coming back to your question, Chair, in terms of that, we can, in discussions with the applicant or their representative, look at agreeing the time frame and wording within the section one. It'll have to be through the section 106. I can't, off the top of my head, think of any particular wording of that, but that's certainly something I can look into where it to be approved and where there's delegated, was that delegation directed towards me to discuss the 106. We can certainly look at how that wording or how that is phrased within the wording. However, I cannot say now to you to answer that question that we can specifically require that.
Okay, any further questions from colleagues? If not, we're going to move into debate. Just by way of introduction to the debate, I know the status of our local plan review has been raised during the consultation on this application and during debate. We are, as Sean Robson said, we are obliged to comply with the provisions of our existing local plan, notwithstanding the fact that our revised plan may or may not have produced or result in a different recommendation in respect of this application. That may be considered unfortunate, but that is the situation which, as a planning authority, we find ourselves in. And I apologise if that is confusing to residents. All I can say is that the local plan was approved by the previous administration. We now have a new administration which is adopting a different approach, but it does take time for that to work through. The second thing I would say is that we are bound also by national government in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework, which does put certain obligations on us as a local planning authority, as a council, where we are not able to demonstrate that we have a 5-year supply of housing. So we do need to be mindful of that obligation, which is not a local policy, it's an obligation placed on us by central government. I'd like to move into debate now. To open the debate, we do need a recommendation either to a proposal either to approve the recommendations or alternatively a different recommendation. So colleagues, over to you. Sir Archer.
The silence is deafening there, isn't it? Really? Because I think everyone's sitting around the table is thinking the same thing. I would like, I think, to explore potential reasons to go against officer recommendation, although I appreciate we may not get there. So on that basis, I would like to propose that we go against officer recommendation, so at least we can debate that to see if we get anywhere with it. Well, I don't know if anyone's brave enough to second that or not.
Are you moving a refusal?
Yeah.
Would you like to give a hint as to the reasons as to why?
Yeah, and the main reason why, I'm looking at the moment, and this is part of the reason I want to debate it, because really I could have done with asking another further question on this and didn't have a chance to, is because I'm looking at the Brailsford's neighbourhood plan, and within that there's a diagram which shows the settlement development boundary, which has been expanded to include the more recently built houses. But on that diagram, this area of land is not in that settlement boundary. So that is the thing that I'm looking at and thinking that's my potential basis to go against.
Okay, we have a proposal from Councillor Archer to refuse the application principally on the basis that it doesn't accord with the Brailsford Neighbourhood Plan in terms of the settlement boundary established in that plan. Does anyone wish to second that proposal? See if we've got a second of it. Councillor.
I will second that,
Councillor
Chair.
Murphy. Do you wish to speak at this stage?
Can I come back?
Sean Robson, you wanted to make a point at this stage.
It was just to, I'm looking down the table at Kerry actually, just for confirmation on this point. Whilst obviously I'm not here to sway members one way or the other in terms of the recommendation, given the fact the application was only deferred for clarification on a few points, effectively the principle was already considered, but it wasn't marked reference to it in the actual deferral and or other elements. It would be difficult to defend a reason on that basis if we are now going down the route of principle. Thank you.
I don't recall approving anything of that. Sorry. I didn't think there was any aspect of this application that we sort of approved in any sense. There was more questions than answers, and that's why we deferred it. So I struggle with that element. I do have concerns still with our friends from Severn Trent and what they're telling us about the facilities and the capacities and whatever. Neil made a great point about, I think it was Neil, about or Peter, about, we've had all these developments in Brailsford. Do we actually know if we've actually had any sort of civil engineering updates of the sewage system with all the work we've had done? And, I'm hearing we've got this development and we've got one that's out to appeal, and then there's possibly another one coming. We're under pressure again to approve an application. My concern is if this goes wrong, about the people further downstream who are going to suffer from the consequences of this development. So.
Okay, just to remind colleagues that we have a recommendation to refuse. To be on that it's not in accordance with the neighbourhood plan. Any further contributions, Councillor Maelstrom?
This is really a question or a request for some clarification just on the legal position. In a situation where an application is deferred for clarification of specific issues, is that in law an implied agreement to the rest of the application?
Hey, France, our legal service manager, would you like to?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I just want to. I found the minutes from the last meeting where it was deferred, so I'll just remind members of how it was worded. It says, during debate, it was moved by Councillor David Hughes to defer as insufficient evidence from Highways and the lead flood authority to address the highways and flooding issues, and it was seconded by Councillor Dermot Murphy. That was resolved unanimously. And then it goes on to say that that the application be deferred to enable further consultation to take place with the local highway authority, the lead local flood authority and Severn Trent on the acceptability of the proposals in light of the representations received. So it does kind of limit where you felt that the matter should be deferred for. So I suppose the question for members is, if the rest of the proposals were satisfactory, is that inferred by not referring to that as a reason for it to be deferred? And maybe in hindsight, if members were to defer the whole item, then there is some, I suppose, debate as to whether it was sufficiently debated on all the other terms and whether that should have been all listed to say that you're not happy with this in its entirety, rather than listing these specific issues, because it's giving the applicant also certainty as to what the issues actually are, so that they can go away and address those issues and come back. So it is up to members now to, on the balance of fairness between the, the applicant and, the residents in the locality, to know, well, where's the fairness in this? Why was it deferred? Was it deferred on the reasons that you listed, or was it deferred in its entirety? And taking the minutes, and which were approved at the beginning of this meeting, it was deferred on that basis. So you could argue, that in either ways, and I make a living on arguing it on both ways, as to where the fairness is. And in hindsight, should members have put forward a reason for deferral in terms of the whole principle of development is not acceptable, then perhaps so, yes.
Thank you, Kerry. I think my view is it's clear that members did not express a view. The committee did not express a view as to the outcome of the determination at that stage. Formally, we did not express a view at that committee meeting. Any further? So, Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I disagree with this application on other grounds, basically highway safety, because although we've got these things in front of us, nothing is guaranteed that they're going to happen. So the highway as it is now, and it could remain that way. So for that reason, I can't support this application, and I don't support it either because of the cul-de-sac and the situation with the adopted road situation and the additional traffic that's going to be coming out onto Loop Lane. So from a highways point of view, I don't think we're there yet. Thank you.
Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps it might be useful if I share some of the insight that I got from 8 days of inquiry. The bottom line is that if this goes to appeal, which there is a reasonable chance, then in a sense we're significantly holed below the waterline as soon as some of your statutory consultees say it's okay. So the fact that Severn Trent Water have a sort of casual mention that it'll be all right is enough. That's it. Unless you can put forward somebody with the relevant qualifications to stand up or sit down and give evidence and get cross-examined and say, no, it's not, then that's it. Similarly with highways, if they say it's all right, unless you can put somebody forward who says, no, it's not, and this is why it's not, you haven't got a case. You spent a lot of money, but you haven't got a case. And that, I'm afraid, is maybe where we end up. The refrain throughout the inquiry was you haven't got a 5-year supply. And once you're in that position, you'll have to bail very fast. If my analogy is going to fail in a minute, isn't it? But it's difficult. It is very difficult. I feel immense sympathy with the local residents, but you've got to have a cast iron point backed up with consultant advice to sustain these sorts of things. Thank you.
You've already spoken, Stuart, so unless it's a point of information.
I'd just like to clarify if the highways, I'm led to believe the highways didn't respond, so they haven't said it's okay, because they didn't reply.
I think that is the case, yes. Further contributions, Councillor Burton?
I think what fundamentally troubles me, and I've listened with care, thank you, Peter, for your words, and to you, Peter, as well. Ultimately, the system seems to be broken for those of us that are then elected to represent community. We've had the ward member, and what the ward member expressed is what most of us can express from our own situations. At that meeting, I was around when we had the representations from the parish council. You know, these people put good time in. they come with reasoned arguments and all of that. And I'm in a big dilemma because, for me personally, the reason I wanted the slide up when we looked at it was that that is now enough. What is there, I think, is good development, but it's that bridge too far. And, you know, will the next phase be to the left of that one that's been pushed out? You know, the other side of the road. But then professionally, officers will say, well, that's conjecture, you're not here, you're here to just determine that. And later we'll have an application about the possibility of that development breaking into open countryside. To me, that's open countryside, and the village is ceasing to be a village. But we've all got this great dilemma because Peter is absolutely right. But, you know, I didn't really join the council to simply rubber stamp, you know, the current planning policy. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I very much agree with Councillor Dobbs. I think he's summed it up pretty accurately. It's a very, very difficult situation for us to be in. We've got to read this housing supply. Also, we can be challenged with an appeal, which we were a few months ago. It's a very, very difficult situation. My heart says one thing and my mind says another. And I think we've got to go with my mind, really. What could be the consequences of this if we don't go along with it? I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Peacock.
Yeah, very quickly. I think Councillor Dobbs talks sense. And I'm coming at this new. I wasn't at that previous meeting. However, reading the previous minute, from a language point of view, deferring it for specific reasons absolutely does imply that the other reasons are all okay. I think that's something that we need to consider carefully in future. But also, if we give delegation to the officers to approve this with negotiations now, I think that makes it more likely that we will actually get a better development than we would if it goes to appeal and it gets overturned on all sorts of reasons. So I think we should go with the officers' recommendations on this case.
Councillor Boynton.
Chair, just want to remind councillors, in line with what Councillor Dobbs has said, we haven't had a consultant in relation to the sewage that will be leaving the site, but we have had information from residents that the sewage facility in Brailsford isn't coping with the existing sewage, and actually they're sending lorries on a weekly basis to remove the excess sewage from the plant that's there behind the golf course.
Any further contributions? Councillor Butcher.
Thank you. So the direction of the committee seems reasonably clear. I wonder, given the dissatisfaction that people have, whether we might want to send, in parallel, a letter of concern to Ofwat or someone like that to say that we are deeply unhappy about the advice given by the relevant authorities, maybe the highways too, and would value their view on that and action, if necessary, to make it more acceptable. So proposal motion, if you like, for an addition to the, well, we're going to change the recommendation on the table, aren't we?
I think you will be advised that that is not, that's not strictly relevant to the application under consideration. That would be something that we would do outside of the determination of the application itself. Councillor Buttle.
Councillor Bond mentioned something about homogenising the neighbourhood, that this village spread was turning Derbyshire Dales into a Mac countryside. I'm wondering if there was anything in our local plan that applies to that. If we have an expert, I'd be very interested to know.
Any further questions? Before I ask Councillor Archer to sum up as proposer of the motion, just to remind colleagues that Councillor Archer has proposed the application is refused on the basis of its non-accordance with the neighbourhood plan. Now, behind that, I think is reflected the concerns expressed by our ward member, and I think by Councillor Buttle, and that is to do with development needing to respect the character of existing settlements. So I think the question before us is whether we think this application does respect the type and character of Brailsford, and if we think it doesn't, does that line of reasoning outweigh a consideration relating to our lack of a 5-year housing supply? So that essentially is the balance which we have to weigh up in our minds as to which of those arguments is the stronger. But Councillor Archer, you propose the motion, you wish to come back.
Yeah, I mean, as I said when I proposed it, after the silence from everybody else, the reason I proposed what I proposed because I wanted to hear what people had to say, really. I wanted to hear the points and the arguments made. I think the key thing for me in terms of what I proposed is this issue of whether or not the deferral on the specific points means that actually the thing I propose is no longer relevant and would just fall flat on its face at appeal. And I think quite possibly, from what I've heard, it will. Therefore, just to throw something else out there, apologies, it's a long meeting already, would we have any basis, because we've not taken Councillor Leeser's point, any basis on we did raise a specific point about highways that we haven't had a response back to yet, would that actually be a reason to at least, and I hate this because it's just pushing it down the road, at least defer it again until we have heard from highways? Or if we defer again, are we then going to be accused of undue delay and avoiding making a decision, even though actually it's not our fault that highways can't be bothered to get back to us?
Sean Robson's going to come in. I think Rob is having the same discussion we've just had further down the line, but Sean, do you want to come in?
Yes, through you, Chair, and back to you, Councillor Archer. I mean the difficulty were members to vote on that, effectively they would be then narrowing down the elements for consideration to one, highways. Because of what's been discussed around the table here and because of how it is set out at the moment, i.e. it was deferred for those 3 reasons alone, so as you quite correctly picked up, that it removes certain other elements that have been discussed here from around the table to those 3 elements. Were it to be deferred and come back with that clarification, the clarification from highways, then effectively it would just be a case of then considering our members in agreement with what the highways have said on that particular issue alone. Everything else would effectively fall away. It wouldn't be, and as Councillor Bryan mentioned in passing, it wouldn't be going back to the further discussion we've had around the table this evening. It would be simply the highway matters. How has that been clarified by the County Council? And certainly I can, if need be, go walking up the hill to have that discussion with them, but certainly have something more substantial if that was to be the suggestion and vote by members this evening.
Is this something different, Neil? That would be an additional reason for refusal. We have a motion on the table to refuse.
We do, yes. I'm wondering whether or not that's a wise thing to do, because I am, I'm feeling very cautious about overstepping the mark here.
It's I have to do things by the book here. I'm asking Councillor Archer, would he accept that as an additional reason for refusal?
I understand the reason, but I think similar to the reason I suggested, I think we're going back to things that are no longer under consideration because they weren't part of what we deferred on. So I think really the motion that was proposed, even though it's proposed by me, we probably need to actually not support that because we haven't got a basis and it's going to fall at appeal if we did. And then we just need to consider whether or not we push this highways thing a bit further. So I don't think we need to be adding anything more in. Probably no. I hope that's okay. Sorry.
Are you wishing to continue with your proposal?
I'm happy, but actually to probably withdraw it now and go with something different if that finds general agreement. Because I think we've discussed it enough, and I realise it's not going to go. And it's I think instinctively around the room it's got support, but I think we know as a group and looking at the legal situation, it's not worth pursuing. So I think on that basis, I'll probably withdraw it. I don't know whether Councillor Murphy would agree in terms of who seconded it.
Okay, I now need a new proposal then, please. We have a recommendation to approve. Does anyone want to put that forward? Moved by Councillor Slack. Anyone wants to second? Councillor Maelstrom. And we now can reopen the debate. We have a new motion to approve. Councillor Dobbs.
Can I suggest that we try, we might fail, with conditioning to its maximum extent? Can we try that no occupation of this development shall take place before the 30 mile an hour and gateway feature is in place? Well, and secondly, I've been looking at the 2022-2023 figures for Brailsford, and actually it was 218 hours on 55 occasions in 2023, and that was up from 68 hours and 39 occasions in 2022. Could we also condition that those hours must continue to go down before there is any occupation of any property in this phase 2 development? Or is that just totally unreasonable and it's going to be thrown out very quickly?
I'll ask Sean to comment. All conditions have to be reasonable. It's up to us to take a decision on what we consider to be reasonable.
If, however, a condition is considered to be unreasonable or cannot be achieved, then a developer, or any development, not in a particular case in this particular one, will likely to submit an application to either withdraw those conditions and or appeal those conditions imposed on the development. In short, it's going to be very difficult on the first point in terms of no occupation until the actual vehicular improvements are commenced. As has already been identified, it could be a significant period of time. It might be shorter, it might be longer, but there's going to be a time frame with that. And in terms of the second point, sorry, you mentioned about the hours. Sorry, my apologies. What was the hours in relation to?
It's the Environment Agency publish annual returns in March each year as to what the sewage overflows, the storm overflows and the storm overflows for Brailsford sewage works, the two sets of figures that I just quoted, and they've gone up from 22 to 23. We'd like to see them going down.
Whilst I agree with the understanding and rationale behind it, we couldn't put that on, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Any further contributions? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back again with the affordable houses situation on this development, is the condition that removes the development rights on the affordable houses, so they can't extend them or without prior permission?
Removal or control of PDA rights is a condition we could impose, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because then they remain affordable rather than be turned into 3 4-bedroom houses.
Councillor Burfoot.
Chair, I wasn't going to say too much on this one, to be honest, because I think, you know, I think we are where we are with this, and I think the developer must get, they must be seeing what we are thinking and what we are saying. There must be. So anything that we can do to ameliorate the impact that this development is going to have on the village, any conditions that we can put on to strengthen that, the fact that it is going to have an impact on the village. I might have asked a question earlier on, but I didn't. You know, at the end of the day, who is going to take some responsibility for anything that happens as a result of this development being progressed in terms of flooding, foul sewage, all the rest of it? We've heard it all. So I think reluctantly, I will be supporting the recommendation, but it is with a heavy heart. And I think looking round this table, I suspect that is the same for all of us. And I hope the developer is listening to that.
Any further contributions? Councillor Archie, yes.
Just want to put on the record really about the highways thing that I remember that when we first discussed this, I think it was Councillor Bates made quite an impassioned plea about it in terms of school children, lots of heavy lorry traffic, very much concerned about child safety and road safety. And I think for the highways not to even bother giving us a reply on this is actually quite disgusting and disgraceful, and it puts us in a really difficult situation. So I want it on the record at this meeting, if there is an incident, it's highways that the finger needs pointing at, not the people around this table who've got our hands tied here.
Right, but just before we move to the vote, Sean, can you just confirm in relation to the highway safety improvements put forward by the applicant? This is by way of an amended plan, I presume. This now forms part of the application, I take it, and therefore requires the approval of the highway authority. And there can we take it that if members approve the application, that effectively until the highway authority endorse this amended proposal, the application remains effectively suspended. In other words, it can't go ahead. This could not go ahead if the highway authority do not approve this amended part of the application.
Yes, Chair, if I can come back to that point, yes, it has altered. It's proposed to be altered as part of the actual late representations under condition number 2. And the first two lines of that condition is probably helpful in this situation. The development hereby permitted shall not be carried out other than in accordance with the following approved plans and documents and subject to the following conditions. One of those documents or plans is the details that we can see on the screen now. So to answer your question, yes, that it has to be in accordance with that. If I may, Chair, just to go back to the point, I know there's been a lot of discussion this evening and there's a lot within the actual amended or late revision in terms of for members to consider, but if I could just highlight what I've written down in terms of the potential recommendation that will be voted on. The recommendation, the tweak to the wording to read, the authority be delegated to the development manager or principal planning officer in consultation with co-chairs and vice-chairs to approve any amendments to conditions and grant planning permission subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement. There's the addition in the 106 discussions that covers the healthcare provision. There's a proposed condition that was discussed when members to vote on this about the removal of PD rights for the identified affordable units and the addition of the 5 conditions that have been proposed by the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Buttle.
There was also a request that we could take the grey water systems very seriously, and whether or not you could chase that up, please.
Sorry, and an inclusion for some kind of wording that requires details to be submitted and development carried out in accordance with.
Exactly.
It's not the exact wording, but that,
Yeah.
that change will allow me to discuss with the co-chairs. Thank you.
Right, and before we take the vote, if I could just add that as a co-chair, I will be doing the best I can to ensure that the required additional school places are provided prior to the occupation of the development as part of the negotiation of the conditions which Sean's referred to. Right, we have now a recommendation to approve with the conditions as outlined, slightly amended before you. Can we have all those in favour please show? Thank you. Those who are against? And those who are abstaining? Thank you. That motion is carried, and therefore the application is approved subject to those conditions. Thank you for your contribution to that debate. Right, we're now going to move on. We're going to take the next application before we have a short comfort break. This is the application at Breamfield Lane in Wirksworth for a new distribution service reservoir, which is covered with associated infrastructure and landscaping. I don't think we have any late representations on this, but we do have the agent, Mr. John Nichol, to speak in favour. Mr. Nichol, you have 5 minutes.
Sorry. This application for some critical water supply infrastructure that's needed to ensure the continued and future-proofing supply of water to the site's catchment. So in 1960 and 1990, additional reservoirs were built at the site. However, due to the growth in the catchment in the area, that is no longer sufficient for the supply, and also due to that, they can't be turned off to then ensure that the existing assets can be maintained properly. So this reservoir is proposed to future-proof that capacity and make sure there's enough for future residents. The optioneering stage of this project, multiple sites were considered quite thoroughly, and obviously conversations with landowners went on as part of that. The site in question was considered to be the most suitable for many reasons, most namely because it's considered to be more easily achievable screened-wise. It's next to the existing site, therefore requires less land disturbance to connect it up. Yes. So then during the determination, work has gone on to ensure that the site can definitely be screened from all angles. That comprises a 10-metre wide landscape screening border along the northern boundary, scattered tree planting to the west of the development, and then some hedgerow and tree planting in the southeastern corner to screen views from all angles. That provides some context from the screen about the project. During the site visit for committee, a few points came up which I'd just like to address. Councillor O'Brien, you asked why the site couldn't have a green roof rather than the gravel roof as proposed. So that is firstly, we recognise and appreciate how that would further screen the development and ensure it blends into the surrounding landscape better. However, unfortunately, that's not possible due to the risk of roots and planting on top of that reservoir going through the seal and contaminating the potential water supply. It would attract wildlife to make its home on top of the site, which again would increase the risk of contamination to that supply of drinking water. And it would also not allow for the visual surveying of the site, meaning that potential leaks and also damage would go unnoticed. Councillor Burfoot, you asked about the landscape of the scheme and when that would sort of be put in place. That would be put in place as soon as development was finished, so as soon as sort of the construction vehicles left the site and all the sort of excavation and reinstatement work had happened, that's when the landscaping work would then take place. And Councillor Buttle, you asked about the cubic content of the water. It would be 10.8 megalitres. So that's the scheme, and that's sort of the sort of bit of context around it. One point I just had to ask committee would be that we've had a condition proposed by the LFA requesting some further information before they can hold a position of no objection. I would like to ask committee whether or not they would accept approving the development in principle, but leaving that condition itself to be agreed with the case officer in his delegated powers. This is because we envisage being able to get that information across to the case officer and the LFA this week. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Nichol. It now falls to who's introducing that. Miles Joyce is going to introduce this. You'll note on your late representations paper that you have a number of additional points raised by our officers, which cover some of the points made by Mr. Nichol. Miles, I'll leave you to introduce the item, and I should say welcome to your first planning committee at Derbyshire Dales District Council.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you've heard, it's a change of use application for agricultural land to go. Oh, wrong one. We got the wrong one up. What's happened there? All right. Let me ad lib a little bit because, firstly, let's have a look at the site. And just so the site is located in the northeast of the existing Brailsford distribution service reservoir at Brailsford Lane in Wirksworth. The site extends to a stated area of approximately 1.12 hectares, situated within the open countryside surrounded by agricultural fields. The site lies within flood zone 1 and is therefore at low risk of flooding. As you've heard from Mr. Nichol, that was built in the 1960s, but it's now no longer fit for purpose in terms of capacity, and this is considered the best site. The solution comprises the installation of a new covered district service reservoir, the DSR, which will contain 2 separate cells which will be encased within an earthwork embankment. The proposal will also include associated pipework, inlets and outlet valve chambers and landscaping as part of the biodiversity net gain part of the proposals, and it will be of sufficient size to provide suitable resilience during peak demands, whilst also improving the operability of the site to facilitate future inspection. The consultations are as set out in, and there were no parish council or ward member responses to this particular application. Just to look, this is the site. You can see it in the red line, and the blue line is the existing reservoir. And that's an aerial of the site. And this is the operational side with the connectivity and pipe work and so on, the site plan. Now, in terms of the principle of development, there's a number of policies that support this development. PD4, which states that the council will work through partnership to project, enhance and secure the long-term management of green infrastructure networks, subject to design and appearance being commensurate with the surrounding areas, and that the scheme itself creates opportunities for biodiversity enhancement. Policy PD5 seeks to protect, enhance and restore the landscape character, recognises the intrinsic beauty with development required to obtain natural features, including trees, hedgerows that contribute to the landscape character and setting of the development and managed appropriately in the future. PD7, policy promotes energy and water efficiency in new development. Policy S4 protects and enhances the landscape's intrinsic character. Essentially, is this development acceptable in the open countryside? Policy S10 states that the council will work with partners to ensure the infrastructure will be in place at the right time to meet the needs of the district and to support the development strategy. You'll find commensurate support in the National Planning Policy Framework, the latest iteration under paragraphs 20, 128 and 158. So if we look a little further, you can see the cross sections of the application. There's a reservoir, and perhaps you'll also see in the landscaping plan where the planting will be, where the reservoir will be. And this is it in terms of cross-section of the levels. So you'll see in the reservoir, the flat roof of the reservoir, and the land falling away, but well screened. And to look at the impact of landscaping character, and additional information was included in a landscape technical note, which was submitted during the application. And it's found that within a 1 kilometre radius that there would be sufficient mitigation, along with the submission of a landscape management plan, to overcome the holding objections of the time of the tree officers, and that's both the county tree officer and that's also the Derbyshire Dales tree officer as well. In terms of ecology, a badger survey was carried out and report produced in August 2022, and the recommendation was that a badger licence should be obtained from Natural England prior to the commencement of works. We've been informed a licence has now been obtained and the relevant sets now been closed ready for the work to start to avoid conflict with badgers. There was also a preliminary ground level bat roost assessment of the trees at Brailsford to produce a biodiversity enhancement strategy. The proposed habitat creation comprises 0.59 hectares of species-rich wildflower grasslands with a target condition of 0.186 hectares of modified embankment grassland, a target condition of poor, 0.07 hectares of broadleaf woodlands planted with a target condition of fairly poor, and 0.1 hectares of mixed scrub planting with a target condition of poor to be created. Now these are also subject to conditions. There was a late update as well in regards to conditions, and I'll come to that later. But this is considered to have suitable mitigation with those conditions to accord with policy PD3. Flood risk and drainage, we've already heard it's flood zone 1, it's a low risk from flooding, and so there's no environmental objections. In terms of drainage, the Lead Local Flood Authority does want more information, and they are insisting on pre-commencement conditions, 2 pre-commencement conditions which aren't in your pack. They came very late in the day, so I will update you verbally. In terms of highway safety, there's no issues. It's the same existing vehicle access. In terms of the planning balance, I'd say in conclusion, there's provision of sufficient water storage capacity to meet future demands. The proposal is acceptable in principle. I consider this to have a positive and social and environmental benefits. In terms of neutral, I'd say that the visual impact on the surrounding landscape can be minimised by the conditions requiring planting and landscaping management, and also to promote biodiversity net gain. So there will be a small positive environmental advantage with that. And the construction phase itself and the enhanced use of the site for water supply will provide slight economic benefits, both short and long term. So I would say on balance that it is a positive contribution to sustainable development, and therefore that's subject to the matter being delegated down with the suggested conditions to the development manager and the chairs of planning, that planning permission should be granted. Now, just to go to the late items, the Lead Local Flood Authority felt they still needed more information, so they're looking for the information that's already submitted to be augmented with a detailed design and associated management and maintenance plan for the surface water drainage of the site. And the second condition is that the applicant shall submit for approval to the LPA details indicating how additional surface water runoff from the site will be avoided during the construction phase. So, and the other thing is there's 2 other conditions relating to construction hours that we have put standard hours on there, 8 to 6, 9 to 1 on a Saturday, not Sundays and public holidays. They wanted during the week the applicants to have a slightly extended construction phase, arguing that the work could be completed more quickly, and also it was a long way from anywhere else. So there is that. They have asked for it to be reworded slightly as per the late update, which suggests that it should be done, that if they do need to do that, they can apply to us for that approval in writing. Just finally, to look at the site, there's a site from the entrance, and that is actually the site itself, as you see, quite a significant incline where the reservoir will be housed, but it'll be significantly shielded from view, plus the extra landscaping and tree planting subject to those conditions. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miles. questions from members? Yes, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question for you, Miles. And that is, why did you feel the need to restrict the working hours, given that it's in a rural area and noisy work was unlikely to be annoying to anybody?
Well, there are standard construction hours which are there to protect amenity. You'll find them echoed almost the same in the Environmental Protection Act as well. Now, it doesn't mean we have to adhere to it, but we do tend to adhere to these hours. But in certain instances, we may get a request to have more liberal construction hours.
Can I just come back? Were they significantly different? Or what?
Well, I mean, the condition was that presence on site can be from 7:30 in the morning. Works will start at 8. They want to start at 7:30 in the morning. So they're not significantly different, no.
Any further questions from colleagues? Councillor Malmstrom.
It's just a small point on the condition 7 in the late pack.
Yeah.
It refers to an arboricultural method statement submitted on the 3rd of June of this year. Should that report be referred to in the new wording of the condition, which still seems to refer to the July 21 impact assessment?
Yeah, that came in after the report was published, so it will be now with the AMS, and now I've got feedback from both tree officers. They have no objection to going in accordance with the AMS. Then we can modify that condition before the decision notices.
Right, so the wording on this sheet at 7 is going to be amended again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, as per the late information.
I'm looking at the wording in the late information, though, and it's still referring to the July 21 impact assessment.
Well, in that case, it may be. Maybe my error. Then I'll need to do it in accordance with it. It would be more appropriate to have it in accordance with the AMS.
Okay, I have a question myself, Miles or Sean. Are you aware of similar underground reservoir and water treatment facilities which have successfully been constructed with green roofs?
I personally am not. I did get information from Sean on this. There was one that was forwarded to him of one which did have a green roof. It's not as, I can't say then that it would be successful or not. I quite understand the concerns of the applicant as well. Obviously, if members feel that this condition would be one that had passed the 6 tests, that it is proportionate, that it is enforceable, that it is relevant, then, amongst other things, then, that is in your gift to ask for that condition to be added.
Okay, if there are no further questions, sorry, Neil.
Sorry about that. Again, on the green roof, there's some natural capital assessment by Yorkshire Water where they're using green roofs on their reservoirs. It's a reason. Have we had a reason other than expense from Severn Trent as to why they would choose not to use a green roof? I know that they've said that they're going to have roots coming through, but roots don't come through a green roof. So they may be just making it up.
Well, I think they've given their reasons. I mean, it would be for yourselves to consider whether this is sufficient. If it's required to make this development acceptable, you can impose it as a condition.
Sorry, just to pick up on that point from Miles. Forgive me, Councillor. I mean, other than the practicality side that's been identified by, or the perceived practicality side that's been identified by Severn Trent, I wasn't aware of a costing element being mentioned, just the fact that there was concern that roots permeating through.
I'm afraid that's just my terrible attitude to...
Right, if no further questions, we'll move into a debate, and as before, we need someone to move the recommendation or an alternative. Councillor Lees.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation as the officers written with the addition of the late reps. Thank you, Chair.
Second that, Chair. The site visit was extremely useful and I totally support the motion.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to second it, but I agree with David. Yeah, thank you.
Right, I, from the chair, would like to move an amendment to this. I've looked at, as I intimated in my question to Miles and Sean, I've looked at other similar constructions, most notably the very large construction at Rivelin on the A57, which is the road from Sheffield to the Snake Pass, where there's a very successful green roof on a underground development similar to this, but many, many times larger, which has a wildflower meadow, has ponds, has successfully attracted wildlife, significantly increases the biodiversity value of the development, and relevant in this instance, also removes what is essentially going to be a large gravel scar on the landscape, given the prominence of this site on the hillside. So, from the chair, I would like to put forward an amendment that a further condition requires the installation of an appropriately designed and specified green roof structure. I don't know whether that finds a seconder.
Surprisingly, yes.
Do you want to speak?
That would be a second, yes, please. I agree, absolutely. We should be taking advantage of large patches of concrete and turning it into wildflower meadows.
Would anyone like to speak on that? If not, the process is that we need to take a vote on that amended proposal. Sean, would you like to read out the amended proposal so it's clear to all members?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So it's approve the recommendation as written, together with the imposition of what's in the late pages and the inclusion of an appropriate worded condition that can be deferred to myself in collaboration with the co-chairs for a condition that requires an appropriate scheme for a green roof on top of the actual reservoir building.
Can we have all those in favour of that? Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? And that is carried. Thank you again. So that development is approved, subject to those conditions. Right, we're going to take a short 10-minute comfort break now, so if we could please be back just before 8 o'clock. is in Wyaston, Ivy House Farm on the main road in the village. It's an application for the erection of 4 new dwelling houses, 4 new detached dwelling houses with garages, and this is enabled by the demolition of the existing dwelling house and the outbuildings on the site. You see that we do have a letter received from Mr. Edwards, who's a local resident. Mr. Edwards is also going to speak to us now, so if you'd like to come up, please. Minutes to address us, Mr. Edwards, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening to you all. I'm Jonathan Edwards, and I live next door to the application site. As I'm sure you're aware, this application was made in November last year. We have submitted a large amount of evidence in 5 separate letters outlining our significant concern regarding the surface water disposal from the site. As a committee, you will be aware that at no time has the applicant, the agent, or the architect disagreed with our statement that the proposed engineering works for the surface water drainage system will cause our property to flood. At no time has our position been challenged or rebutted. Nothing in more than 6 months, nothing at all. In fact, the applicant has agreed with us that the surface water scheme is not viable and that the only workable solution is to use the existing public drainage system. As a committee, you are being asked to endorse a proposal that will damage our property. You are being asked to support a scheme that will trash our property. As a committee, you are being asked to consider a proposal that will breach the guidelines of the lead local flood authority. In essence, you as a committee are being asked to support a drainage system which in its design will break the law of this land. As a committee and as individuals on this committee, I respectfully suggest that you ask yourselves one simple question. Did you as councillors enter public life to improve and protect the lives of residents and protect our environment? Or did you take on those responsibilities so that you can endorse schemes that make lives worse? The answer, I hope, should be easy for all of you. You as a committee have been placed in this unfortunate position by a combination of a failing planning department and a disrespectful planning application. I ask that the surface water is disposed of by the existing drainage system. If you have any questions for me, I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. If I could just say for the benefit of colleagues, it's your personal opinion that there is a failing planning department, and not the opinion, I think, of members of the committee. Mr. Luke Gittins. Mr. Gittins is the agent for the application. Mr. Gittins, you have 5 minutes, please.
Sorry, did everyone hear that? Thank you for taking the time to allow me to address you today. I'm Luke Gittins, a Director of By Design Architecture. I'm here to speak as the agent on behalf of the application. The proposal is for a small, carefully designed development of 4 homes situated on a previously developed mixed-use plot of land within the village of Wyaston. The site represents an important focal point of the village, with the parish council board and village post box located on the existing boundary wall. The site was historically the local post office and has more recently been used as a live-work unit as a domestic property with a HGV workshop and maintenance area. The applicant and By Design have worked closely with the local authority from early stages of the project, keeping a clear and open communication to ensure the development is in accordance with planning policy for a linear infill development and of a size and design that could be supported. 4 separate pre-applications were submitted to ensure that we were doing everything to meet the council's recommendations. The properties have been designed to take inspiration from other properties in the village, whilst having their own unique spin so they blend into the village. Wyaston has many different property types, but fundamentally they are all of traditional brick and tile properties with various eaves, window and chimney details. During the course of the application, amendments were made after consultation with the planning officer to reduce the uniqueness of each property and create more cohesion with a more horizontal emphasis. These amendments helped create a greater sense of place and link the properties as a small development rather than individual houses. Neighbouring amenities. The 4 properties have been set out to ensure the amenities of the neighbours' properties are protected. The houses are designed using the council's supplementary guidance, and all properties are within guidance or greater. All primary windows are located to the front and rear of the properties, not the size to protect the adjacent properties and have no overlooking. Highways. The existing access has been assessed by a highways consultant and meets the required standards. Removing the HGV use of the access significantly improves it from a highway safety perspective. Frontages and layout. Utilising the existing access for all properties allows for all motor vehicle parking to be to the rear of the site. From a frontage point of view, there will be no vehicles cluttering the landscape, allowing the high quality new development with feature entrance wall, pedestrian gate and hedge to be read from the roadside. Whilst the site is a gated development, having the properties on the roadside with no front drive, the properties are integrated into the village far better. Community benefits. The existing parish board and post box are located in the existing front wall of the highway edge. The position is at a narrowing in the road. The proposed design allows for the front wall to be pushed back, giving space for the post van to pull off the highway when making collections. The pull-in area also creates a space for village residents to view the parish board without standing in the road, which I think is quite fair because at the moment it is quite a dangerous spot. In both cases, was to improve the safety of village residents and the postal service. Environmental benefits. The proposed houses will be built to the latest building regulations, creating highly insulated, airtight properties with consideration for overheating. The houses will be heated by sustainable methods such as air source heat pump, accompanied by solar PV panels and battery backup. This will reduce the pressure on the grid at peak times. Each property will have high-performance broadband and a study to allow for ease of working from home and reducing vehicle movements. Alongside that, each property will have an EV car charging point. Ecology benefits. The application has been accompanied by a biodiversity net gain calculation which commits development to an area of high-quality natural habitat to the western boundary, along with the planting of 70 trees and new hedgerows. Each house will feature a bat box, swift box and swallow's nest. Drainage. The site has been designed to follow current sustainable drainage methods. The existing property has an old septic tank which will be removed and the properties will connect into the village foul drainage network. Surface water is designed to be retained on site with a large soakaway to each property. The soakaways will also take all non-permeable hard surfaces. It would be welcome for the drainage design to be further conditioned as part of the application to a full detailed design can be discharged by the local authority to include a full percolation test, soakaway design and attenuation. The drainage will be designed to prevent surface water affecting any neighbouring property or the highway. And so I can take on board comments from the proposing person. Like I say, everything will be designed to be kept on site as per current standards. If soakaways weren't to work via a percolation test, it would be held in attenuation tanks and then it would be released at greenfield runoff back into the main drains, which would be a better scenario than the current one where they connect into those drains.
Thank you. You've reached overrun your time now, Mr. Giddens.
Yeah, I think that summarises. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for listening.
Right, I'm going to ask Mr. Sean Robson to introduce Sorry, Sarah, I wanted to introduce, and Sarah, perhaps you could address specifically the issues raised by Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards has already also written in, so there is a late rep from Mr. Edwards that you might want to read before I do my presentation. Right, obviously we visited the site yesterday. That's the sort of surrounding properties. We're looking at a proposal for 4 detached dwellings within this 5th tier settlement, which doesn't have a settlement boundary, but in terms of residential development, infill and consolidation of the built settlement is acceptable in principle. It was noted that we obviously looked at the site and the depth of the site, and there are trees on the rear boundary. They aren't TPO'd. I was asked to check. So the application is, as you see, 4 detached dwellings. The access is to the rear, and obviously all the parking and garaging would be to the rear of the properties, with them sort of close to the boundary of the road, and retaining the existing sort of post office and notice board that's sort of got a bit of a pull-in area. So that will be retained. Let me show you some elevations. Now, as the agent said, officers have negotiated and amended the scheme in terms of its design, so it sort of reads as a development, that's not individual dwellings but more cohesive. So that's, and then obviously we have looked at the existing property and determined, yes, it is a non-designated heritage asset, and you have to look at the public benefits in the round, and the public benefit of provision of 3 additional houses within this, with a principle of development within this settlement, obviously outweighed the harm, outweighed the harm of the loss of that building. In terms of drainage, there is a drainage plan, and obviously it was just, we haven't included it in the presentation. There is a drainage plan which shows the, it shows the sort of square pink boxes are where the surface water would drain to. So the surface water would drain to the rear, and all the foul drain would run to the front, to the southeastern corner of the site and connect into the existing foul sewer. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Over to questions now. Councillor Hughes, you were first.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, I've got 2 questions. First of all, have we had a response back from the LLFA about this? And if so, what did they conclude about the remark that the land is clay and therefore percolation of water might not be very easy, and soakaways may not be successful? And my second question is, if the fallback is considered, which would be to put the surface water into the sewer, presumably it's a combined sewer, has the sewer got the capacity to take that water, or is it going to run off? And I note that the current approach seems to be to allow the water to drain off the site into the road drains, and from there, I guess, into the sewers. So I'd be grateful if you could respond to those two questions. Thank you.
The the local lead flood authority have not been consulted on this application because it isn't in the threshold of consultation. It's too low in terms of housing numbers for their consultation to be required. I can't comment on the capacity of the sewers in that area. All I would say is that obviously they have designed a surface water drainage system, which you can see on the plan, and it separates the surface water from the foul.
Chair, may I come back? I therefore move that we defer this application until we've got a full understanding of the water infrastructure, its capability, the drainage, the combined sewer.
Can we leave that until we finish questions, David?
Yeah, we can.
Councillor Archer.
Just a quick question, it sort of follows on from that one a bit, really. I know we mentioned that we're not required to consult, but I presume we can consult if we have concerns about drainage and sewage. And on that, my original question was going to be, given that we've got an ongoing almost dispute, I think you could call it, between residents of a recent development, the Firs, and the local lead flood authority about the capacity of the sewers being inadequate, would that also be a good reason to defer until we have got better or any information relating to drainage and sewage? So can we defer on that basis, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
Sarah, can you, that's a process question.
We can defer on that basis, but obviously I'm well aware of what their comment will be, is that they will look to us looking at their standard consultation responses, is that it's not within their threshold, and they'll give us some informatives to add.
Okay, Councillor Dobbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I correct in assuming that what we see on the screen at the moment is simply there because of the drainage hierarchy? In a sense, they have to put forward infiltration if regarded as being possible, because that is the number one priority. And what the agent suggested is exactly what should happen in terms of the evolution of how you get rid of surface water, except we don't seem to have evolved very far. And these are questions that we should actually have answers for at this stage. Because if actually this water that apparently, according to the local residents, goes down the side of the road and goes into a drain, I thought it went into a ditch, but anyway, into a drain, if that is part of a combined sewage system, that has significant implications. And of course, we still have the major question of foul sewage disposal, which apparently, for the Firs development, I think it was 10 properties, about 4 years ago, something like that, where they went for a package plant. Now, I could find nothing on the portal about why they went for a package plant. Did Severn Trent say, we have no capacity, or not? These are very important questions, which it's holding up what looks like a very sensible development. But we haven't got answers. Where's the LLFA when you need them?
Any further questions, Councillor Lees?
I take it pre-planning advice was had on this development, and I suppose it doesn't come under the category of having to provide any affordable dwellings. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's too low.
Too lower numbers, yeah. And I will agree with the drainage situation. It doesn't work.
Councillor Buttle.
This is a question for Sean, I guess. I assume that we have the competence to condition a working SUD scheme for this, and if we don't, then maybe we should be approaching this with a refusal. So, like, can you? can you assure us that the SUD scheme that is brought forward by the applicant will work? Do you have the capacity to sort that out?
As a district authority, we do not, because we're not the drainage authority. We would defer that to the LLFA. In terms of, you mentioned about the cable, I mean, yes, we can put conditions on there. Ideally, we'd like that condition to be driven and led by the LLFA, requiring that condition or those details to be agreed. On occasion, it can put authorities in a difficult position to put conditions on there that don't meet the test and are not reasonable as another requirement. However, what has just been said, and just to echo what Sarah mentioned, if we consult the LLFA, and because it's below their threshold, very much like in the Environment Agency, if it's below their threshold, they just give us a raft of informatives to put on it. That's unfortunately what they do. However, I have heard, and not wishing to move the debate on at all, but I have heard it mentioned about a potential to seek further clarification. That's within members' gifts to vote upon or decide upon. Thank you.
Councillor Slack.
Yes, I agree with Sean. I think we should look to have more information on this. Again, we're getting this all the time, aren't we? Drainage, foul water, and we've really got to get on top of this, really. So there's too many questions not answered on this application, so I support David.
Is this a question, Peter, please?
No, it's
questions, please, at this stage.
It is a question if you listen properly. It is a question.
That's me in my place.
Yeah, it's a foul. You know, it's a question because there's too much foul water there, and the question is, I support David deferral. Sorry, that isn't a question.
Do we have any further questions of any sort? No, we're going to move on to debate, and as I said, we need a proposal. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I propose that we defer this on the grounds that the information about the disposal of surface water and sewage is insufficient, and we require an input from both the LLFA and Severn Trent about their capacity to take the fallback situation of surface water going down the drain, and the sewer, I should say, the combined sewer, and also the LLFA's view about whether percolation into the soil will work, given the state of the soil. It would be useful if the applicant also provided a percolation test prior to this being approved, and perhaps we could also include that as a requirement coming forward, so that we have a better understanding of the soil conditions, and therefore, just in case the LLFA chooses not to come back with a recommendation or any information. I would also add that this is made without us having discussed any other element of the scheme, and therefore no element of the scheme is agreed at this point, and that the next time it comes to committee, any element of the scheme can then be discussed. Thank you.
Does that find a seconder? Councillor Archer?
Yeah, very happy to second that. It said pretty much exactly what I would have said, including the bit about what we have and haven't agreed. Just in terms of supporting that proposal, just referring to page 84 with the section on drainage, the comments from people who sent in comments. The sewage system installed for the previous development of 10 houses has failed. It's currently failing, and foul water discharges are going into our water courses. And therefore, for us to approve a further building of houses on that sewage system would just be morally and ethically wrong. And if this is no disrespect to the applicant, by the way, not their fault at all. I think in many ways this proposal makes lots of sense in terms of natural inflow in the village. And I know from speaking to people in the village when I was knocking on doors during election campaigns, that people generally support the idea that houses should be built here. So that's not the issue. The issue is about the sewage. And if all the local floor authority can do is send us a few standard sort of lines that they're copying and pasting, because it's not a big enough application. Again, without sounding like I'm in a really bad mood tonight, that is a disgrace when you've got residents in a village already suffering from these issues and we're proposing to make them worse. And again, it's not the fault of our planning officers, they're just following the guidelines. It's not even the fault of the applicant. But we know there is a problem with sewage in this village already, which has not been sorted out, and we cannot therefore, at this stage, approve this until we've got a good, proper response in terms of reassurance that that issue is going to be sorted for now and future.
Thank you, Councillor Peacock.
I just wanted to say that I object to the proviso that we defer, but we haven't agreed anything else. I think we either need to defer on this specific thing and agree everything else, or reject it. We need to discuss things now, because if we do that, it just creates, it's completely unfair to the applicant, for one. It keeps the thing going for longer than it needs to, but also it contributes to the unreasonable length of planning meetings.
Would you like to give your perspective on the application, Lucia?
It's hard for me to say because I don't know the area and I wasn't able to come on the visit. I think broadly speaking it sounds good as long as as far as I'm concerned, it seems okay as long as the flooding thing is sorted out.
Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. I think actually we could get this through by conditioning if we're careful, and it would be a pity to hold it up unnecessarily. But we mustn't conflate the problem with the furs, which have got a package plant which goes into a watercourse and is contaminating that watercourse, and as far as I'm aware, isn't overloading the local sewage works. So that's two things. And we've also we lack evidence to the extent of where the current surface water goes. I think again, another lesson from the inquiry, if you can condition things, you condition things. Because otherwise all people will come back and say, well, it was perfectly possible, why didn't you condition it? So that's where, of course, we lack the advice of a drainage expert. And so we're in a bad position from that point of view. And if deferring would enable us to get more information, fine. But if it doesn't, then we're just going to come back and we have the same questions being asked. That is the problem. Not a very helpful comment, sorry about that, but that's where I see it.
Can I just from the chair come back on that, Peter? Councillor Hughes, in the anticipation of the likely response from the Lead Local Flood Authority and Councillor Dobbs' points, do you think it might be appropriate for us to request a report from an independent drainage consultant agreed with the council such that we have a proposed drainage scheme which is certified to work, to use the vernacular? Would that be helpful?
Well, that will put us in the position of spending money. I'm not sure that we as a planning committee can authorise the spending of money.
Well, I was suggesting that that's a requirement deferred with a request from the committee to the applicant to provide an independent verification report to be agreed with the council.
Yes, I included that in my suggestion that they do a percolation test, but to extend it to verify the scheme as a whole, and they get Severn Trent's agreement for any runoff. That would be going into their sewage system. That would be acceptable to me.
Councillor Beaufort.
Thank you, Chair. Apart from the issues with the drainage, I may be in a minority on this one, but I've got a problem with the actual scheme itself. We went on the site visit. I looked around the village. I think the parish council have made some very good points in that they talk about the sporadic character of the village itself, So we've got properties that are sort of scattered around this village, and now we're being asked to approve a scheme that's linear. I think the agent himself talked about linear infill development. I don't think this is appropriate in this village setting. I think it's too suburban in nature. I'm sure they're probably going to be high quality properties with good features like back boxes, etc. But for me, my reason for a recommendation of refusal in total would be that this scheme is just not in keeping with the character and appearance of the village as such.
Councillor Lees.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Going back to the sewerage situation, I think the first development was put on a septic tank type system because it was probably over the numbers, and they had to do that because the existing sewerage works couldn't cope with the extra flows. Wyaston's renowned for the sewerage problem. It's renowned for its drainage, water runoff. It's solid clay, and I can't support this application in its present form because for that reason. And I think that's why that we haven't had nothing back from the Severn Trent or anybody, because it's under that number, which just could create an additional problem, and we should be listening to as residents and as locals on what how they'll analyse and everything else with the flooding situation.
Councillor Buttle.
This is where I was going earlier when I was asking about our capacity to condition and whether or not it was possible for us to request a report from a drainage consultancy to come forward with a workable scheme. There's no point in actually trying to condition a refusal, is there? But that's where I was going to go with this. I'm sorry about that. If we decide not to refuse, then I'll come back with a suggestion that we bring forward a request for a consultancy to give us a workable scheme.
Well, as Councillor Hughes said, that is bound up in his recommendation that the deferment is associated with the submission of a certified workable drainage scheme, in addition to consultation with the lead local flood authority.
Indeed, and
when David winds up, he will clarify and confirm precisely what he has in mind.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Before I ask David to wind up, if I can add some comments from myself, and I think Councillor Lees, the committee is listening to the residents of Wyaston. I think there's no doubt about that. I think from the tenor of the meeting, you can see that. Also, so I have to agree very much with the points made by Councillor Sue Barefoot. I would not be able to support the application in its current form, irrespective of whether the drainage can be sorted out. I think if you go on site, you can appreciate the comments made by the parish council about the form of this development being entirely inappropriate to the way in which Wyaston has developed over the years. It's developed organically, in a non-regimented, non-suburban form. And I think you can see on the screen there the regimented character of this development with a suburban access arrangement is very much out of character with the village. So, as I said, I would be unable to support the application in its current form. And I would listen to the views of other members on that, but I would ask that Councillor Hughes, in his proposal, reflects on that, and if he feels able to add an additional reason for deferment relating to the design concept of the proposal. It lacks and symmetry with the development of the current development pattern within the village centre. Councillor Butcher.
Yes, I have sympathy with both you and Sue. My only feeling is that the applicant was saying that he has made it in that way on the advice of officers. So it's really going to be rather galling for them, and we need to be thinking about how we handle that internally. It would be rather unfortunate. But that doesn't change the point you're making, in my view.
Any further contributions? I'll ask Councillor Hughes to wind up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lucy, for making the point that you made, and Sue and Stuart as well. If the committee is minded to refuse, then I would then withdraw my deferment motion. If there is anybody who would be willing to refuse this, put forward a motion to refuse, then I would defer or remove my. I would withdraw my motion.
I don't think Councillor Burfoot's and mine's representation, without putting words into her mouth, were refusal. It is looking at an amended form of design which more reflects the existing character of the village. And I think that could be achieved through a different approach to the design.
Right. In that case, I would like to include that particular point in the reason for deferment, so that we would prefer another design which is more in keeping with the vernacular architecture of the village.
Can I, if you don't mind, in that I've always been led to believe that we actually make a decision on what is actually literally in front of us at this meeting. And my view is that I would go for a refusal.
In that case, I would withdraw my motion in favour of a refusal.
Sorry, if I could just come back through you, Chair, on that point, just to echo what Councillor Burfoot said. I mean, effectively, to defer something to effectively redesign a scheme, you can't do that, I'm afraid. It's just what's in front of us. Is it acceptable, isn't it? Or can it be tweaked a little bit around the edges, but nothing to an extent of a new design, I'm afraid.
Councillor Peacock.
Sorry, can we see the front elevation? Is there a mock-up of what the street will look like?
Right, just to be clear, Councillor Hughes, if you withdraw your proposal to defer, and then it's replaced by a motion to refuse, that will either be carried or not carried, and there will not be an opportunity then to revisit your proposal. So.
Sorry, Chair, through you if I can. What may assist or steer members one way or the other, it's paragraph 7.13 on page 87 of the agenda. You'll note from that point there that when the application was originally submitted, officers were concerned about the appearance of the development, and due or through discussions, this scheme has evolved to what's in front of members this evening to consider.
Okay, Councillor Archer.
Yeah, when I read through this, I know the area well already, live close by. When I read through this, I noted the comments of the council, but I also noted the fact that there'd been a lot of pre-application advice. So I came down on, in terms of planning, the idea that if they'd worked a lot with our officers, therefore it would be potentially difficult to go against it based on design because of the fact there had been the pre-application advice. But I don't know, I'm not expert enough to know whether or not, could they, if we refuse it on that basis, can they come back and say, well, no, you can't refuse on that basis because actually we've already agreed this with your officers, so we know it's in key, we know where we need to be. Because I don't want to refuse it on a basis which actually we can't, again, defend because it's already been agreed by officers through that process.
No, officers advise, members decide. David, can I come back to you?
Sorry, Chair, just what may assist members, given the fact that advice has been given by the officers of the council, it would be difficult for officers to then defend that appeal. It's something that would probably have to engage an external body to do it on behalf of the authority. Which should just happen quite frequently, but obviously just to provide some degree of steer.
In which case, I'm not sure I want to withdraw in favour of bringing the design into question again. So I think I go with my deferment.
I think that's a sound decision. I'm just concerned that we coming up to the point made on a previous application and made by Councillor Peacock in making a deferment. We're not intimating that we find the current design acceptable. I think that just needs to be, well, I think the committee needs to be clear that it's not agreeing that the committee needs to be clear whether we are saying outside of the drainage issues the proposal is acceptable or whether we're reserving judgment on that.
Well, I told you what I think. I think we. I personally, I do. I think I can see that you might think it's a bit suburban, but I think once the gardens are mature and everything, it won't look suburban. And I utterly object to the idea that a development in a village shouldn't have a pavement because that's too suburban. I think we should defer it, and it's perfectly okay apart from the drainage thing.
Okay, so I think my amendment, my motion still stands, I think.
Okay, we'll move to a vote then on the amendment. Would you like to read out well, it's not an amendment, it's a proposal. The proposal from Councillor Hughes, would you like to read that out, please,
Yes,
Sean or Sarah?
The note I've got here, looked to Sarah to actually interject, was to defer it for clarification. Sorry, a report from an independent drainage officer or an individual to verify the scheme as a whole on surface water confirmation and consultation. Sorry, surface water confirmation and in consultation with the LLFA. So when we get the report, we'll consult the LLFA and see what they've got to say. I mean, they may say comment, no comment, but this is okay.
Can we include the sewage
and foul as well? Yes,
because
so
we need to know
foul and surface
the
water.
sewage capacity.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we can ask for a report that demonstrates that both surface water and foul water are appropriate. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Right, all those in favour, please show. Any against, please show. And any abstentions? Thank you. That application deferred for the reasons agreed. Right, it's now 8:45. I need a proposal to extend the meeting, please. Proposed by Councillor Beaufort, seconded by Councillor Dobbs. All in favour, please show. We're just going to adjourn for 30 seconds while our officers Okay, colleagues, we now move on to the next application. This is in Brassington, just off Manystones Lane. This is an application for the construction of a 4.3 megawatt solar farm. And we have no speakers or late representations, so I will ask Sean to introduce this, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just before I jump into the presentation, members, there's one point that I just need to do by way of an update. The application is recommended for approval as it is. However, there is still a point that's outstanding in terms of Natural England required a habitat regulation assessment to look at the impact or perceived impact, potential impact of the proposal, or something that would illustrate any potential impacts of the proposal on bees nest and green clay pits sack have been considered. Now, were members to agree the proposed recommendation, there's two options for debate before I jump into the presentation. It will be to either defer the application's entirety just to come back once that HRA has been received, consulted upon with Natural England, and then open up the debate again on that particular element, just subject to what the Natural England have said. However, the other option would be to change the recommendation to defer, so that the authority be delegated through myself or the Principal Planning Officer to approve the application and any amendments in collaboration with the co-chairs following the receipt of a habitat regulation assessment and any comments received from Natural England on that front. To give members a degree of comfort, the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust have confirmed that it's unlikely it's going to have an impact on this, but obviously as part of the overall round, we just need that in writing. And I need to speak to the Natural England on that just to make sure they sign off on this. So if members can just bear that in mind before you have your debate, but I'll drop into the actual presentation now. So members will note those that were available a site visit. This is the site that's adjacent to the Hobin International facility. It's quite a large site. There is the green area in the middle, as you can see on the slide, is a public car park. Unmade, untarmacked car park is mainly compacted stone. This slide shows the extent of the solar arrays immediately to the right, as I'm looking at it, of the actual existing facility, the Hobin facility. This is just a cross-section showing an extent of what the arrays are going to look like. So effectively, it's 600 millimetres from the frontage and no more than 2.5 metres at the rear of the array itself, set at a 30-degree angle. And these are just some photographs just showing the actual site in its entirety and looking back towards the facility, the Hobin facility in general. It's worth noting that the site itself, or the solar array operation, is going to have a minimum of 25 to 30 years lifespan. And the rationale behind this is to offset the carbon the carbon emissions from the actual facility. The energy itself is not going back into the grid, it's going into the plant itself to operate the plant. And those members that were available for the site visit will note that the site itself, some of the buildings already have quite large solar panels arrays on the roof. So it's the direction, seems to be the direction of travel of the operator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sean. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Peacock.
Is there a reason why they can't have a couple of wind turbines instead, which would be less intrusive on the landscape?
Through you, Chair, there already are a number of turbines there. The application isn't for turbines, it's for solar panels, so we can't ask for anything other than what we're asked to consider, I'm afraid.
Any further questions, Councillor Slack?
Thank you, Chair, Sean. Obviously, solar panels don't work at night, so do they need the energy at night, or are these batteries going to be supplied to provide that energy?
There are battery facilities as part of the proposal to store the energy during the day, so it can be filtered through the day.
Right, thank you.
No further questions. We'll move to debate. Do we have a proposal? Councillor Slack? Anyone second? Councillor Buttle?
Yes, please.
Do you want to speak?
No, I just like the idea of local generation. I think that sounds like a good thing.
Any contributions from the floor? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I think I'd just say that this will benefit the business as well and help a rural business. And what it will do is remove the need for buying carbon credits, which should improve its profitability and make it more sustainable in the local area. And on those grounds, I would support it. Thank you.
Councillor Slack, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I definitely support this. It's what we need. It's what we've got to have. So I'm 100% behind this. And I think local people will be as well. Thank you, Chair.
Any contributions from anyone? No, in that case, we'll move to a vote. We have a proposal to approve the recommendation. All those in favour?
Sorry, Chair, apologies. That's the actual proposed revision to the recommendation. It's down for approve as at the moment, but the revision, as I read out, was just the defer the application to seek the receipt or the receipt of a habitat regulation assessment and the consultation on that, and then any condition that's required on that, or an option to defer it to seek that information and then bring it back to committee for approval once Natural England have signed off on that HRA.
Can you just repeat that?
Two options. Option one would be to effectively revise the recommendation as read to say that the authority be delegated to the development manager or principal planning officer to approve, in collaboration or consultation with the chairs and vice chairs, to approve any amendments and grant permission subject to the receipt of a successful subject to the successful receipt and consultation of an appropriate habitat regulation assessment. So effectively we'll be consulting Natural England and the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust.
That's the recommendation that was moved, so that's the one we're going to vote on. Yeah. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. So we'll move swiftly on to the next application, which is in Ednaston, west side of Derby Lane, for the erection of 2 dwelling houses, one of which would be affordable, and additional approval of the access to the 2 dwelling houses. We have no late representations, but we do have Mr. James Filer, the agent, to speak in favour of the application. And Mr. Filer, you have 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm here to talk about the planning application for 2 houses, one affordable in Ednaston. The application site is a small, discrete area of land immediately adjacent to the village of Ednaston. Development will round off the settlement. Its design will be subject to further approval, At the reserve matters stage, and new properties will be in keeping with the village. Ednaston is quite distinctive from Brailsford. People from Ednaston want to live in the village, to be near their families and not Brailsford. There has been no new housing built in Ednaston for many years. The 2 bungalows will meet a local housing need and enable existing residents to downsize while staying in the village and so release other homes in the village. The bungalows will also give the opportunity to siblings of residents of Ednaston families to live in the village as well. The local authority does not have a 5-year housing supply, and whilst modest, the proposal can contribute towards supply. This is a modest scheme, totally proportionate to the scale of Ednaston. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust gave a late response to the application, and as such, the applicant has not had the opportunity to respond. In accordance with the NPPF, the applicant is in full agreement that a buy net gain condition can be conditioned to any grant of planning consent. Affordability. No housing needs survey has been undertaken for this application. It is well known and understood that there is a local housing need in Ednaston. The affordable bungalow being offered as part of this development will go some way to offering local residents the opportunity to stay within the village and downsize in addition to offering young people wishing to stay in the village locally and able to get on the housing ladder. All the services, including drainage, electric, water, gas, are all located within the adjoining public highway. The site can be developed easily with minimum disruption. There are no highways concerns, as detailed in the Derbyshire County Council Highways report. It must be noted that 9% of the traffic coming from the development will turn left out of the site, which is some 150 metres from the adjoining public highway, the A52. The hedgerow in front of the site, which adjoins the public highway, Derby Road, is proposed to be removed, which will give greater visibility to the public highway in front of the site. While some of you members made the visit yesterday, you might have noted there's a bend, and by removing that hedgeway, it will allow the cars better visibility and access around that corner. Design and landscaping. This is an outline application, and the design of the proposed bungalow's landscaping design can be conditioned as part of any grant of planning. Previous developments in Ednaston have been concentrated on infill sites, which have taken out the heart of the village, leaving Ednaston with a mixed property type. The proposed development will provide a natural extension to the village, rounding off the settlement. It must be noted that Ednaston has no settlement boundary. Ednaston is a small, vibrant village which benefits from a public house, business centre, fishery, all within walking distance from the site. There are also numerous public footpaths that cross the village in various locations. The Ednaston also benefits from a bus stop located on the adjoining public highway, the A52, which runs between Derby and Ashbourne hourly. There's a GP's practice village shop and village hall, all located within the village of Brailsford, which is also a couple of miles from the site. No comments were received from the parish council in regards to this application. However, it must be noted that in previous meetings they have noted the need for bungalows within the locality. The proposed development will give the opportunity of local residents to downsize and stay within the village, and will give young people the benefit of getting on the housing ladder. This can be regulated through a local needs as affordable housing criteria. Although a modest scheme, it does go some way to meeting the local housing need. As previously stated, the local authority does not have a 5-year housing supply. The site is located on a piece of land adjoining and opposite other residential dwellings in the village, and is located on a field corner which cannot be farmed due to the field's topography and the size of the modern farming machinery. To summarise, this is a very modest scheme, totally proportionate to the village of Ednaston. I was before this committee last year with a previous application for 3 bungalows on the site, which was refused. We took the feedback from the committee and reduced the scheme from 3 bungalows to 2 and introduced the affordable housing element to the scheme. Ednaston is a village with many attributes and amenities within the village and locally. The proposed scheme is much needed natural extension to the village, which rounds the village off. As mentioned in previous developments this evening, Ednaston has developed organically over time, and as such, the housing type and mix of housing type reflects this. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the members of the committee for hearing me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filer. Who's going to introduce this application? Sean Robson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. If members can just bear with us for a moment, we've got a slight technical difficulty. If members can draw members' attention to the slides, this is the application site in its entirety. Members will recall the proximity and the bend that basically runs from the bottom of the site up the side of the site. Next slide, please. This slide just shows or illustrates the application site in relation to the built form of the settlement. It's effectively on the edge. This application just shows the actual layout, how it can be achieved on the site. You'll note that to the north of the actual site is the proposed vehicular access coming in through the hedgerow and leading down to the two dwellings, one to be affordable, one to be a market property. And again, this is just superimposed on the previous plan that was shown in relation to the area, and this is just a photograph to show it looking towards the application site as you approach the site along the actual lane. There are no updates to report, Chair. Thank you.
Any questions from members? Councillor Maelstrom.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't go on the site visit. What is directly opposite the proposed development to the right-hand side of the road?
Sorry, it's just open land. And to the bottom of the screen, there's other built form as well. Apologies. No, I think. Just bear with me. We'll just go back to bed. Fishing ponds. Sorry, fishing ponds. Yeah, land. But as you can see from that slide, it just illustrates the built form to the south of the site.
Further questions? Councillor Peacock.
What were the objections that were received? Headlines.
Sorry, just bear with me, Councillor. Sorry, the objections. There was 10 representations received. Objection to the application: highway safety, no safe place for pedestrians, no footpath, flood risk, drainage, an impact on water table, impact on the character of the area, landscape impact, an impact on trees, hedgerows and wildlife, loss of agricultural land, a query of querying the affordable aspects or need for more housing, the outside the built-up form of the village, and an unsustainable location.
Councillor Buttle.
Hi, Sean. There is no settlement boundary, is that right? So if this was built, would there be the opportunity to do some infill behind it onto the rest of that field?
Unfortunately, I can't really comment on that, Councillor. I mean, all I can say is that there's no development for this particular settlement, no development limit, sorry.
So the rest of the field would also be outside the settlement boundary?
There isn't a settlement boundary. So
yeah,
there's
so
no
I'm just wondering where we stand on this.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be evasive, I'll avoid the question.
All right, Councillor Peacock.
Sorry, this might be a silly question. So in that case, how come the recommendation is that it's the development would lead to an unwarranted intrusive form of development outside any defined settlement boundary, but also says that it does not respect the character, identity and context of the village when there's no designs yet, so how can we say that it doesn't respect the character? I was just wondering what led you to that particular...
Sorry, through you, Chair. I mean, effectively, it is outside any defined development settlement because there isn't one. So basically, it's always going to be outside of that. In terms of the respecting the context and so forth, there already is an edge of the built form of this particular rural settlement. This is projecting outside of it. That's why it's out of keeping or out of character. That's the broad brush.
Right, so if no further questions, we'll move into a debate. Do we have a proposal on the table? Councillor Slack, sorry, you have a question.
Yeah, sure. Being outside the settlement boundary, the field behind is also arable field, I can remember it. And that could there be a restriction put on going into that field if these two properties were approved, likely to be approved?
In short, no. I mean, it's each
It's
application.
still wide open, is it? Yeah.
I mean, it's each application on its merits that we're getting in front of us to consider. So we can't, unfortunately, because there isn't a development limit, say that no development shall go in that area or adjacent to this site.
Okay, thank you.
Just be clear, Councillor Stack, that there is no settlement boundary. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I would like to move the council officers' recommendations on this.
There's one more question.
I'll second that, Chair.
Right. Sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I'd like to move our officers' recommendations.
Don't mind a second.
Yeah, I'll second that.
The reasons being that it will encroach on agricultural area outside the village, and it will create another entry into that agricultural area, into the field. But the principal one being that it's going to extend the village in an inappropriate direction, as the officers have said in their report. I'm particularly concerned about the opening. The entrance to the site is north of the houses, and there is a T-junction within the development. If you go into the site from that entrance and go straight on, there will be access to the field beyond that, and that will have to have there will therefore be a right of way to that field, which could be exploited at some later stage. So the area that is undeveloped, from a picture in from the Apple mapping application, is the bit of the field that isn't developed is very small and is probably only about a third of the overall site. The rest of the site will be is actually ploughed and harvested as agricultural land. So I move to refuse on officers' recommendations.
Right, that's been moved and seconded. Any further contributions to the debate? Councillor Peacock.
I have to say, I'm loath to reject a development that is 50% affordable housing. We need more affordable housing in the district. It's all very well to say, I think it's all very well to say, you know, we don't want this one because of this, and we don't want that one because of that. But we do. But this is 50% affordable housing. Yeah, but that's all I want to say, really. Even if it means slight encroachment into that field, as the Wildlife Trust report says, it's low-grade land from an ecological perspective. I think we should consider this. We should give this slightly more consideration than it seems that some of my colleagues are willing to give.
Well, I think with the greatest respect, Chair, we went on a site visit, and I mean, on the basis of that argument, you could fill the whole field with affordable houses. I think the reality is, as the officers have outlined, they are firm planning reasons that make me support the motion that's before us.
Well, is somebody willing to pay for the affordable houses in the whole field? Because if so, then yes, we should agree to that.
Right, well, you're back to another place earlier we were talking about, so.
Are you wanting to wind up, David?
Well, I could if nobody else wants to speak.
Does anybody else want to speak? Well, before David winds up, I'll give you my view, and I'd say I tend to support the views of Councillor Peacock. I think this very, very modest development of two dwellings, one of which is affordable, I think, certainly from my personal view, is something which I think the council should support, in that it adds in a modest way to the vitality of villages like Ednaston. Yes, it's on the edge of the village, but So the properties immediately opposite to the south of this site, they're also on the edge of the village, and I feel this is the design is not set. It's an outline application. The design will be considered and taken forward. Would be considered and taken forward at a later date. So personally, I would be disappointed if we refuse this application point blank. I think there has been consideration that one dwelling might be appropriate. It may be appropriate, but of course one dwelling would not be an affordable dwelling, because we only get an affordable dwelling because that enables the developer to offset the cost of a modest market house for an affordable dwelling. But Councillor Hughes, you wanted to wind up.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I don't think we can take into consideration houses that have gone beyond, that have been built before, in acting as a precedent on this particular application. And what we're doing is going around a corner here and moving the development from one road onto another, which is extending the village right around the corner, and that's really what I object to. The issue of affordability. No, affordability isn't defined here, so we don't know what is meant. It's not necessarily a house that was going to be purchased by a housing association or become a council house. It's just a house which is lower cost, and whether that meets the requirements for people in the village is a moot point. There's no housing needs assessment. I didn't expect there to be any housing needs assessment, but the definition of affordable housing is affordability is a very loose concept, and I don't think we can rely on a statement about the houses being one house being affordable to say that this is makes it an acceptable development. Okay, thank you.
Now we move to a vote. We have a recommendation, a proposal to support the recommendation to refuse on the grounds stated. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? I believe that proposal is carried, am I right? Yep, so the application is refused. Yeah, we need another extension of the meeting, I'm afraid. Would someone like to move? Councillor Dobbs, someone second that, please. Councillor Lees, all those in favour? That's carried. Moving swiftly on.
Yeah, definitely.
We're now up in Stockholms Road in Matlock, just off Stockholms Road, in fact. This is an application for the erection of one dwelling house behind number 57 Stockholms Road. We have no registered speakers, but we do have a late representation on this application, item 5.6 on your sheet, if you just want to take a few moments to read that, a letter from Catherine Lamb. Right, I'm going to ask Sarah Arbon to introduce this item, please.
Chair, I don't seem to have any representation or letter.
5.6. Where is it? Oh, right down there. Thank you. I found it.
Right. Sarah or Miles? Miles, you're in.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is an application for one detached two-storey dwelling. Access to the site, may I have, thank you. You can see from here it's proposed new access via a new drop curb access directly to the frontage with 2 car parking spaces. In terms of consultations, there were some objections to this. Reasons inter alia are highway safety, cramped plot, scale of development, impact on character and appearance of the area, tree protection and ecological reasons. Can you have the next slide, please? You can see it there on the site location plan, and you can see it's within Matlock's development boundaries, so the principle of housing development is acceptable. In terms of access and car parking issues, highways are happy with car parking and access, so therefore no objections from the County Highway Authority. Next slide, please. You can see it there, that's the existing block plan. Next slide, please. And that is a proposal, so you can see a significant infill with the proposed development. In terms of the appearance, layout and scale, I think this is a key issue. There is a feeling that the site's overdeveloped, we feel, because given the scale of it, it does create a cramped form of development. It doesn't provide adequate outdoor amenity space, we feel, and does not complement the scale or of the surrounding built form in terms of height, scale, appearance, and the proposed materials to be used, and as such it's contrary to policies S3 and PD1. In terms of the character and appearance of the area, we feel that it would have a harmful impact. It doesn't preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the established spacious character of the dwellings. On Pump Close, the plot sizes, garden areas, materials proposed are not in keeping with the local vernacular, and we consider it unacceptable. Its impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, contrary to policies S3. In terms of residential amenity, we feel there would be an adverse impact on the proposed neighbour adjoining occupiers in terms of overlooking loss of sunlight and privacy. We feel the beachhead on the south boundary wouldn't be relied upon to mitigate the issue of overlooking towards residential properties to the south of the application site. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And several windows serving habitable rooms located on the west-facing elevation of the neighbouring property to the east, number 53, could result in a loss of light and overbearing impact to the property due to the proximity and scale of the proposed dwelling, and that's contrary to PD1. In terms of ecology, there's been a very late response, but there is a lack of information from an ecological perspective. But ultimately, the reason for refusal is a single reason, but it perhaps can be broken down into 5 main chunks, or 4, with unacceptably its will impact on the amenity of neighbouring properties. It doesn't respect the character and context of the area in terms of scale, height, density, layout, appearance, materials, and relationship to adjacent buildings. The development would be rather a cramped form of development with a smaller garden and plot width than any existing surrounding residential development. There's no provision in the plan for the retention and integration of trees and hedges within the development, or to provide any disregard and protection and enhancement of biodiversity. Overall, therefore, Chair, I would argue it's contrary to policies S3, PD1, PD3 and PD6, and I recommend refusal for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Any questions from members? Councillor Buttle.
We've got lots of villages where everyone's crammed up together, and we quite like those. And all of a sudden we've got into suburbia and we don't like it anymore. I'm not sure I don't like the fact that we're just sort of doing a bit of infill and we're creating small houses for people that, you know, have small incomes. I'm not sure I want to go against officer recommendation, but really, can we not do something in our local plan so we do allow a bit of infill and let gardens get filled in with little houses for people who are a bit stuffed for brass, because things are getting expensive.
I think I would say that, you know, the principle is accepted here. I think it's I think with these kind of applications, the devil is in the detail. And what I'm presenting to you is really a judgment call. You know, it's my opinion set against the local plan, policies, national guidance, any other material planning considerations. So, you know, you're obviously entitled to come to a different view. It may be that an amended scheme could be something which would meet with a more positive kind of regard from us. But it doesn't mean that, because the principle is accepted, it doesn't mean it's a blanket objection. It's for specific reasons. That isn't to do with principle.
Thank you very much. In that case, if there's no other questions, shall I move officer recommendation?
Yeah, would you like to take the chair as well?
I thought you'd like that.
Yes. Would you like to make move a proposal, Councillor Buttle?
Yes, please. Can I move the officer recommendation?
Do we have a seconder for that proposal, Councillor Slack? Do you wish to say anything at this stage, Councillor Slack?
Sorry. No, just to say I do take Neil's views on board, and I think probably a smaller house could be fitted in this area.
Okay, further contributions from anyone?
Could I just...
You may, of course.
Yeah.
Councillor Burford.
I was saying that in principle there isn't an objection. I just want for some clarity that there isn't an objection to something on this site. It's this particular one. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's a matter of fact and degree, not principle.
Right, we have a proposal to for the recommendation to refuse this application. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. That motion is carried, so the application is refused. Right, we're now moving on to item 5.7. This is the application for a dwelling house as a rural workers' dwelling at Upperwood Boarding Kennels, Darley Moor, just outside Matlock, to be achieved by the demolition of a number of outbuildings. I don't think we've any late representations here, but we do have 3 speakers. First of all, we have Councillor Marilyn Franks, our ward member. Speak in favour of the application. Councillor Franks, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I've come here today to support this application. Looking through all the papers and the planning application, there appears to be very few objections at all. Highways are very happy, as it's not going to add to any difference in traffic. Environmental health are happy. Darleydale Town Council, who unfortunately hadn't got a member who could come tonight, are very much in support of this application. The Derbyshire Wildlife Trust are happy, providing that certain conditions are made with respect to bats or any other wildlife that lives in the semi-derelict old kennels. I think there must be at least 20 letters of support for this application. And it is quite a sensitive application in terms of a lot of thought has gone into this. Mr. Gutobe purchased this small holding of some 8 acres and the functioning business of boarding kennels from his mother. His mother has absolutely nothing to do with the business. The land is clearly separated. Her property, her house, is not part of this commercial business or small holding anymore. She has, however, allowed the applicant to lease, to rent a small annex she has in her own property, which is directly connected into her property, because having a boarding kennels, having these animals to care for, somebody who is involved in their care has to be present 24 hours a day. There is evidence from a local veterinary practice supporting this, saying that he or another employee has to be on site to care for the animals in his care. He doesn't plan to build on any greenfield area of the site. There is, I'm sure the committee members that were able to visit today were shown where he does wish to build. And what he intends to do, or would hope to do, is demolish the existing original kennels. This business has been in operation for some 50 odd years. It's been within the family. He's now the sole owner of it. He hopes to demolish the old kennels and stores which are semi-derelict, and use some of that stone to complete a new property for himself and his family. He has been involved in a very serious relationship for some over 4 years. There are 3 children involved, a child of his own from a previous relationship, and 2 stepchildren. His current living conditions do not allow him to take much of a part as a father within his own family. He's missing greatly. They all quite young primary school age children. He needs to be present. One of the children, even today, has been involved in an accident during the day, and his partner has had to leave that child with other carers, so that she has to be at the kennels tonight whilst he's been sat here for several hours waiting for this application. It is really, I know the planners are following the law to do with agricultural workers and are using the law so as and are recommending refusal, but the applicant is in the situation, he has to make a decision now. Does he sell this business? Does he move? Does he give it up? This family business, very successful business, providing an excellent service locally for the past 50 years, to be with his family. Or is the committee able to come to an alternative decision to the recommendation to give permission for this build to go ahead?
Could you wind up there, please, Councillor?
Yes. I mean, basically, I would ask you to go against the advice of officers on this application so that this business continue in the hands of the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Franks. We now have Mr. Anthony Salt, local resident who is going to speak in favour of the application. Mr. Salt, 3 minutes for you, please.
Thank you. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, as the closest neighbour of Dominic Gatorb, I speak in support of his planning application. I farm a large proportion of the land on Sidnapill and the ground adjacent to the Gatorb family kennels. I'm not only a neighbour but a customer and a friend, and on the rare occasions we go on holiday, we use the kennels to board our dog. I have known Dominic and his family all my life. Being a livestock farmer, I know firsthand the importance of living on site. Working with animals is not a 9-to-5 job. From a welfare and security aspect, it is imperative to live on site. Cows, sheep, dog or cats, always expect the unexpected. When I was first married, I lived off-site, 10 minutes away in Tudales. It didn't work for me. I couldn't be there all the time. I had fatalities. It was costly and it was upsetting. I know Dom breeds and shows dogs as well, besides the boarding kennels. I would have to think twice about leaving my dog if there was nobody on site at the kennels. Now, in 2017, Derbyshire Dales granted me permission to build my house on site, which is now Saltbarn Farm. It did so for the welfare of my animals and with the full knowledge that my grandmother and father both lived in dwellings not too far away. The committee at the time did not expect my father and grandmother to adopt their houses to accommodate my family. Upwood Kennels is a viable, successful business with Dom at the helm. It provides local employment, enables a great many others to have breaks away from home. Dom's business gives excellent service and care to our pets. To sum up, this is a genuine application, not just somebody that's bought 2 acres, plunked a caravan on it, and got some sheep, and if you pardon the pun, trying to pull the wool. Surely in this day and age, every family is entitled to a certain standard of accommodation. Dom, his partner and 3 children cannot be expected to live in a 1.5 up, 1.5 down house. Dom's planning would allow him to have a family home and tidy up a dilapidated building. It is my understanding Dom wishes to reuse existing reclaimed stone. Now, I realise that there are rules and regs and standards have to be set, but I hope common sense will prevail, and I urge you to approve this genuine application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Next speaker on this application is Mr. Gooterby, who is the applicant. And you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Dom Gutorb, and I'm the Director of Upwood Limited. Upwood Limited's primary source of income comes from Upwood Boarding Kennels in Cattery. The business premises was built by my parents over 50 years ago and has been run by a member of my family ever since. I took full charge of the business in 2008, and my company bought the business premises in 2012, and we now own all the outbuildings and land, but do not own the adjacent house moorlands. We are based in a very rural position at the top of Sidney Hill, Tudales, where we offer accommodation for dogs and cats 365 days of the year. We can accommodate 45 dogs and 14 cats boarding, but with my own dogs that I train and work, we often have more than 65 dogs on the premises. We are rated a 5-star business on Google and Facebook with a near 80 combined customer reviews. I hope that you can see that with so many animals on site, there is a clear, established, functional need for a dwelling to serve the business. To our customers, we provide a vital service as pets stay with us for a huge array of reasons, from holidays to work commitments, weddings to funerals, house moves to hospitalisations. We take pets from as little as a few hours to as long as a few months. During the COVID lockdowns, we were not even told to close, as kennels and catteries could provide vital care for the pets of frontline staff and emergency care for the pets of the people that had fallen ill. A large proportion of the animals we look after are owned by residents of the Derbyshire Dales and the Peak District, but also from further afield. There is a reasonable expectation from our customers to expect a member of staff to be on site 24/7 for the welfare and the security of their pets. Pet theft has been a huge issue in recent years, and if there were ever a fire or other tragedy, having nobody on site to raise the alarm would certainly be a recipe for disaster due to our remote location. Any good business would do well to plan for the future. At the moment, 24/7 attendance is provided by my 82-year-old mother, allowing me the use of a small annex of her house, but for reasons set out in this application, this will not be available in the medium to long term, and my current accommodation is simply too small. Even the case officer acknowledged how small the accommodation is. My sitting room is my dining room, my office, my drying room and my boot room, so it is simply impossible to even consider my fiancée, who has incidentally been my work colleague for the last 20 years, and her 2 children to stay with me and my son. Granting permission to build this house would be a way of you allowing a local family to run a local business serving local people whilst enabling a long-term Dales resident, my mother, to feel secure in her home for years to come. I appreciate that you have adopted policies to protect the very area we wish to build our home. We are asking for a rural workers' dwelling for which the policy does allow when there is a need, which there clearly is. I'm never off duty as I'm dealing with animals, so to have my home where my business operates is essential for the continued success of our business, my well-being, and for the welfare of the pets in our care. Please let me reassure you by saying that I too love the green fields of the Derbyshire Dales. I was born here. My family and I fully intend to protect and even enhance our land. You saw on the site visit that the proposed plot is currently a run-down, ugly outbuilding, and the thumbprint of the new build will be much smaller than what is already there when you take into consideration the old concrete dog runs. We have already planted hundreds of trees to support local wildlife in hedgerows, and we've given parts of our field to go wild long before the term rewilding became a common phrase. The officer in the report refers to previous applications made in the 1990s. I remember that these were for applications to build a house in the middle of a field some distance from where any existing buildings were. I believe that the right decision was made back then, but this application is very different. We have not received a single objection, yet have numerous letters of support. All but one of the other residents of Back Lane have submitted letters of support. The officer also refers to a previous appeal decision which we feel is not comparable to this application, as the applicant in that case already owned a dwelling on site, whereas I do not. If you approve this planning application, you will be securing the future of my rural business that serves so many local residents, whilst at the same time allowing a hard-working local family to be together, thus ensuring our family-run business continues to the next generation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now move on to members' questions. I think Councillor Hughes, you were first.
Oh, the officer next.
Jumping ahead of myself, I must also apologise. There are two further letters of support, which I forgot to refer to in late representations. Do you want to introduce this? This is why we don't like long meetings, isn't it? Because I get tired. Sarah.
Right. Obviously, I'll make this brief, but obviously this application has been refused previously at delegation by officers. The only change with this application is a letter from the applicant's mother. The applicant said that the appeal decision that I mentioned within the report, it's paragraph 7.3, isn't relevant. I disagree. The property known as Moorlands has been associated with these kennels since they were established. And that is the crux of the case, really. There is an existing dwelling on site that can provide the cover, the 24-hour cover that's required. And I would look to the wording of the appeal inspectorate where he says these include that there's clearly established functional need for a full-time worker, and this cannot be met by another building either on the site or in this locality. I consider that an essential need for the development to accommodate a rural worker has not been established. That's what we're saying in this case, is that that there isn't a need for a further dwelling on this site. So it's considered that at the present time, the need for a dwelling on the site to serve the 24-hour care needs of the business is fulfilled by the existing dwelling, and this dwelling, or the part in which the applicant resides, is currently suitable and available. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I've got a number of questions. Can you bear with me a little bit? The first is Article 8 of the European Human Rights says that that it protects the right to respect for private and family life. Does that take precedent over planning law? Is there a right to family life which takes precedent over family law, as it does in any other law in this country? I'll give you the exceptions of which can be taken into consideration. national security, protection of public safety, protection of the economy, protection of health or morals, prevention of disorder or crime, protect the rights and freedom of other people. It applies to married and unmarried couples in a family arrangement. Can I ask the question again?
I think that might be a question for myself.
Yeah.
The Human Rights Act is about we can't interfere with their lives because we are an emanation of the state. It does cover the district council as well. But I'd like to say no, it doesn't trump planning law in terms of their coming to us for our authorisation. It would cover us if we were going to force our interference on them. But no, that's not what's happening here. It's to protect the private lives of the individuals. So no, it doesn't go over and above planning law in that sense.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, if the house was owned by wasn't owned by a family member, it was owned by a completely independent person, would you take a different view? Given that it's not part of the what's it called, the site that is under planning considerations.
I don't see how that's relevant because the business was allowed and has been established with a 24-hour provision with the existing dwelling. That's not, that is the case here.
But is the building tied to the development, to the business? I mean, was it built because there was a need for 24-hour coverage in planning?
The house came before the business.
Right.
Obviously.
Well, not necessarily, but okay, I'll take your word. I don't get it. I don't see the argument. Sorry.
Sorry, the business was only able to establish itself because there was a 24-hour cover from the house. So it developed, it grew, and this is the situation we're in. There is a house there associated with the business. Obviously, the business has moved ownership.
But the present owner hasn't got a right to that house. He's given. So how can that be?
That's irrelevant in planning terms.
Okay, fair enough.
I think Gary France would like to add a point of information.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. What if the business owner wasn't able to rent from his mum? I know.
I think the point that Sarah Alban is making, that we're dealing with the application as put before us, rather than with hypothetical situations which may or may not occur. But I think we understand that the point that Councillor Hughes is making, notwithstanding the answer from the officers.
Well, Chair, the point I'm making is it's irrelevant whether the property is owned by a family member or whether it's owned by an independent person. The property is not part of the business anymore, and therefore it's moot whether it's and it's only and the restrictive nature of the accommodation that has been offered means that a right to family life cannot be pursued by the owner of the business. He's deprived of access to his children, as Councillor Franks indicated. So as a council, we are depriving him of his right to family life, and therefore our action will actually be in conflict with the Human Rights Act, and therefore we should not be adhering with the refusal on this planning application.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a point of information from Councillor Hughes.
It's an opinion, not a point.
Just if members need just clarification, I think Mr. Dryson's coming.
Just on this point, I mean, take it from a slightly different angle. If somebody set up a home with no planning permission, and they were residing in that, and we as a council found that to be unacceptable in planning terms, we'd be under pressure, and rightly so, to issue an enforcement notice to bring about the cessation of that use. Now, obviously there's a right of appeal and there's due process, but if the planning merits were not there, that planning permission ought to be granted. Article 8 would not come into it. It would be considered, but it would in effect be overruled by the planning harm that was caused by that unauthorised development. And I think it is hopefully helpful in this regard to say that it doesn't overrule it.
Right, Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. I think in the same tone as Councillor Hughes, but rather than going down the human rights route, I think my question is very simple, that if the applicant's mother was to, let's suppose, come through the doors now and say that the applicant was no longer welcome at the home, that surely would change things. I understand why it's down for refusal on the basis that it follows policy. However, if that was to happen, then surely that would no longer be a reason for refusal.
Just a couple of points. I mean, effectively, we are discussing a dwelling or proposed dwelling and associated with the business. I mean, the policy background we've got to this is the very definition is for a rural workers' dwelling. I mean, that is always very, very grey. I mean, I can't find any reference into the policy that relates to a business activity that could exist anywhere. That is a point. That's part of members to consider in the round. However, if members were minded to overrule policy and officers, the application would have to be solely linked to the business activity only and personal to the applicant. Therefore, if the applicant were to move, they would have to sell it all together. They couldn't separate the dwelling. There couldn't be two separate units. It would be a business that went with a dwelling associated with that. We do, however, constantly get applications where people try to separate that and move it away from that. And we have had some recent appeal decisions that have been successful on that. And to detach a dwelling from an existing business is incredibly hard to do. And the inspectorate are quite keen not to let that happen. So there are serious considerations here for members to weigh in the balance, were they to move away from the officer recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I can see two presidents recently. At Brassington, agricultural workers' dwelling was granted outside Brassington, in the open countryside, so he could dress his stone and work in the area he lived in. And that was passed by this council about two years ago or so. Also, my brother, 20 years ago, plant nursery in North East Derbyshire, and he was granted a dwelling, a bungalow he could build, so he could be outside.
Do you need to ask a question, please?
The question is, I will give you two precedents. That's all.
Chair, if I can go back to that point, one of those precedents, one in Brassington, that was for a stoneworker's dwelling, and that was recommended or advised for recommended for refusal by officers, so that was a member over 10. That's not really a precedent.
We did go against officers' recommendation, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking, would there be any difference to the legislation if he deregistered and became a sole trader, so that you could separate the business from the new property?
I mean, if that was going to be the direction, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. It wouldn't be recommended either way. I mean, again, that's moving away from it has to be linked, intrinsically linked, were it to be approved by members.
Yeah, so it's a way out, is it? That he would get planning consent if he were an individual rather than a business.
That's that isn't taken into consideration, if members were minded to support it, we would have to, either through a condition or possibly even a 106, link the two together so they cannot be separated. We've got to be quite keen on this and quite down to the line and quite stringent on this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Buttle.
I think my question's just been answered by Sean.
Councillor Maelstrom.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of get clear in my head the sequence of events. So the house was built by the applicant's family, and then the kennel business was commenced. The kennel business was sold to a company, which the applicant owns, but the business is owned by a limited company. What is the definition of on-site if the assets of the business are held by a company and the property, the home, is owned by the applicant's mother, presumably under separate title numbers?
Just going back to that point, the house existed. It's been built for. I mean, members will see on the site. It's not a new property. It is an older property. When that came into the ownership of the family, that's not part of the consideration today. But the dwelling existed. Then the business came along. The business was developed, grown, fostered, grown, and through a lot of local interest and employment, obviously flourished. Is flourishing. It's now come about at this point where the original, I'm assuming, and forgive me, the original owner of the actual business resides in the dwelling. That was the mother. Is the mother, apologies.
Yes, the former owner.
Former owner, yes. The owner is no longer associated with the business. That's owned by the applicant.
Yeah.
So effectively,
the applicant's company.
The applicant's company, or the applicant as the sole, as the owner director and his partner. Therefore, what you would have, where members minded to approve it, contract officer advice, it would have to be, it would be tied to the business ownership and linked together. So if there was a change, if someone came along and bought the kennels, they would automatically own the house. You wouldn't get the applicant
Yes, I can
residing in
see
the
why
house.
that would be an officer's concern to ensure that they remain tied. Otherwise, this could happen again if the business was sold again, and then the next owner will want there to be a new dwelling. I can see why we can't have that. Is there any suggestion that the applicant is unhappy with the idea of them being legally linked?
Well, I mean, we haven't put that to them because obviously that's not what the, well, no, that's by the by, if the applicant's in the room or not. But basically, the application in front of members is, the officer advice is to refuse the application. Therefore, we haven't had discussions of that nature with the applicant. We wouldn't. I mean, no authority would.
Okay. Sean, could I just to clarify that last point by Councillor Maelstrom, if the application were approved, would the rural worker requirement be through a Section 106 agreement, in which case it would have to be signed by the applicant, or would it be through a planning condition?
I mean, effectively, Chair, it would be, and what tends to happen in a lot of the situations with other authorities, it is a, for want of a better word, an analogy, it's a belt and braces approach, it's a condition and a 106.
So the applicant, in order for an approval to be become active, the applicant would sign the requirement for it to be associated in perpetuity with the business.
Yes, I mean, effectively, the 106 ties the proposal and the business together, intrinsically links it as a one legal planning unit.
Any further questions? You've got one more left, Neil, I think.
I only just want, so really we're just, the fact that there's a house next door is irrelevant. What we're doing is we're dealing with an application by a business for a worker's dwelling, an agricultural worker's dwelling, when we're not sure that there is actually any agriculture being involved. This is actually a job, a business which does cats and dogs. It doesn't do sheep and cows. Well, it's rural, but it's only rural because it's rural. It's not rural because the job or the business requires land. It requires a large shed.
And our planning policies cover agricultural workers, they cover rural workers, they cover a variety of different exceptional circumstances. So it's in.
Thank you.
Councillor Burton.
No, just waiting. I want to.
Right, you're waiting impatiently.
Yeah.
Right, we've reached the end of questions. We now need to have a debate, and we need a proposal to take forward that debate. Councillor Burton, do you want to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to, out of the site visit and what we saw, I want to move that we go for a consent. I think at the end of the day, we're dealing with real people. When we looked on site at the area concerned, it's not exactly like digging up a garden or in the middle of a green field. It is, I do believe in this case, it's going to be an actual planning improvement. But I want to apologise to the applicant because somehow this slipped through the net, because first time round I would not have supported the officer when it was delegated and went for refusal. So I do apologise to you, because to me it's perfectly reasonable. I remember 30 odd years ago with the Bridden family, we allowed a forester's accommodation for the nursery work that the Bridden family were doing in Hordale. So we're not setting a precedent. We've got a legitimate business. I'm convinced that the applicant will be delighted to have that tied and safeguarded with the dwelling. And as has been expressed, most ward members here round this table know when we're dealing with a con job. And this is not a con job. This is a genuine case where we've got a family guy running, as it's been said, a successful business. And it's just, to me, being decent to allow in this location this application.
Thanks. Do we have a second, Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Yes, I fully concur with what David said. We need to support rural businesses. We need to support rural families, and not to give approval to this application would be to damage a rural family, not to support a rural family, irrespective of whether we have an obligation under human rights legislation. So I really would like this to go ahead. There is a need to condition approval, and that I'm not sure what applies here. What we're doing is giving approval for the principle of development of a house. Now, I don't know whether there's a size to that or what, but I think we need to agree some conditions associated with that, and which would be associated with our other policies in our local plan and any neighbourhood plan that might be applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have any further contributions, Sean, would you like to, if this were minded to be, if the committee were minded to approve this, could you suggest the conditions which would be applied?
Yes, Chair. Effectively, were members to approve this application, there will be the standard outline, time conditions and time for the submission of the reserved matters, which will be the detailed layout and design of the appearance, landscaping are all reserved. So the sightings, in theory, agreed, but obviously appearance and landscaping to be agreed. There will be an ecology condition on there, but best practice, bearing in mind it's an older building, there could be anything in there, any of our flying friends kicking around inside the building, so there'll be best practice for an ecology element to about breeding birds, lighting and bat boxes and so forth. Highway conditions to do with access, parking and turning. That's already, I think that's part of the actual comments that are coming in from highways. And a climate change condition. And the scale in terms of being limited to 1.5 stories, as well as the standard conditions to do with detailed materials, bricks, tiles, and so forth. I mean,
and a limitation as to the
as well as the
rural workers,
as well as the
106.
condition on the rural workers condition, and yes, and if members are minded to go this way, effectively, as per some of the other recommendations this evening, it will be to approve or to defer that approval to myself and the Principal Planning Officer in collaboration with the co-chairs to agree those conditions, subject to the 106 requiring or tying it together, the knitting together, the actual proposal this evening, the dwelling and the business. So if members are minded to approve, it would be defer the approval, subject to that 106 and those conditions.
I hope that's clear. Any contributions to the debate? Is it not clear to you?
No, it's not clear to me, to be honest. If we were minded tonight to approve the application, then that presumably, whatever the findings were of your deliberations, that approval stands. Am I right? We're not deferring it. If we're minded to approve it, we're approving it.
Defer the decision, so obviously we can prepare the 106. We can't issue the decision this evening. We need the 106 tied together. We would never issue the decision until that 106 has been signed, sealed, and engrossed. But that obviously is part of, that needs to be agreed. And that, once that is agreed and signed and sealed, we can then issue the outline decision with those conditions mentioned. The applicant will then have a set period of time in which to submit those outstanding reserved matters to actually then complete the application, and then they can commence the development.
Yeah.
I think what happens, Sue, is that with the 106 agreement, the consent is not issued until the section 106 is signed.
Thank you. I did want to speak.
You may speak.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Well, I've listened very carefully tonight to the three speakers. I've also read in great detail the report. I've read it and I've reread it, and I think sometimes the actual situation is that I think this is a classic case when we've got policies that are there for all the right reasons and in most cases will be applied, but in this case I don't think the policies match the reality of that situation that this applicant finds himself in. I think this is a request for a modest dwelling for a genuine need, and it is in the countryside, yes, but by the very nature of it, it's got to be in the countryside because there are lots of dogs who are making lots of noise, and it cannot be in a village or town situation. Surely it's got to be in the countryside. Now, I won't sort of go into any more detail, but I just would look at the recommendation. And it's been refused because the application fails to demonstrate a clearly established functional need for a dwelling to serve the business. It has. It has been shown to demonstrate a clearly established need. I think we've seen that. The functional need cannot be fulfilled by another building. No, it can't be fulfilled by the other building because the applicant's mother lives in the other building and she's renting out part of that building to her son who's running the business. So, you know, and then we go on to unsustainable form of development in the countryside. It has to be in the countryside. This business has to be in the countryside, and it has to be, there has to be 24-hour supervision. The other thing I would just point out to members is that, and I think other people have said this, the current living accommodation for the owner and his family isn't adequate, and in actual fact the report tells us and agrees that it's not adequate. So let's do the right thing and give him somewhere decent to live. So, you know, I'm wholly in favour of this application. I have given it great consideration because, you know, I'm very well aware that we take advice from our planners, so I don't take that advice lightly, but sometimes I don't agree with it, and this is one occasion.
Any further contributions? Councillor Burton.
If I can wind up now, is there any other members, Chair? That...
Yeah, I would like just to say, I would like just to say that I think the way this application is being considered by the committee actually illustrates the benefits and advantages of our democratic planning system in this country. And we do take a pragmatic view looking at individual circumstances. And yes, we have policies, but it would be impossible to write a policy which covers every single circumstance that could arise. And that is why we have planning committees, and that is why we spend the time we do considering these sorts of applications.
I would urge members to support the motion. Councillor Franks, one of the 3 ward members, myself, have confidence in the applicant. And, you know, at the end of the day, this is an outline application. I know the applicant well enough that he will want to negotiate and cooperate with the planning officers on details. I know it was just a little bit of a slip, but when we were on site yesterday, the applicant made it clear, you know, there's a lot of old stone that he wants to use if is able to build this dwelling. So I have confidence that what the end result will be is not an obtrusion in the landscape or the character, but will nestle in well. So I do move that.
Right, all those in favour of the recommendation to approve the application subject to the conditions outlined by Sean Robson, all those show please. Yeah, sorry, and the Section 106 agreement. Anybody against? Any abstentions? And that motion is therefore approved, and the application, so that motion is carried, the application is therefore approved subject to those conditions. Extend again. Oh, we need a final extension. Would someone like to move? Councillor Dobbs? Someone like to support that? Reluctantly. Councillor Slack, thank you. All those in favour? Right, our final planning application this evening is in Doveridge. It's at Cavendish Lodge on the Derby Road, and this is for a single-storey extension to the museum building there. We have Mr. John Foster, who's the applicant, to speak in favour. I must apologise, Mr. Foster, for the length of time you've had to sit through the meeting. I hope you found at least some of it of interest.
Yes, it was, to be fair, yes.
Yeah. You have 5 minutes.
By the way.
You have 5 minutes.
I've basically forgot what I was here to say anyway now. We're here looking to put a single-storey extension on our museum building, which was built 2 years ago, which the council approved at the time. It's been noted since that some people in the village think this is a little bit harsh and it's too close to the road. What we're looking to do now, to put the single-storey extension on, is to lessen the impact of this building really by taking away the major facade of it, putting a slower extension on, and then putting a hedge line down the side of it and a fence and extra planting in the field at the side of it. We don't want to put timber cladding on the building because it's a fire risk, and our insurance for the motorcycles we've got in there are not wanting us to do that, hence the provision to put a higher fence down the side of it away from the building. We've been on the site now for 12 years. We do everything we can to keep the village right with us. We run a 30-strong fleet of mobile cranes out of the village, of which we don't have any complaints about, so we're not the kind of people that are going to make a mess, leave it a mess, or leave it to go dilapidated in the future. So really we look to just be able to do this and to try and appease the people, especially the Bellway development opposite that have sent in representation. So that's all really.
Okay, thank you very much. And who's going to introduce this item?
That'll be me, Chair. Thank you very much. I haven't got any slides for you, I'm afraid. But I can just say that this as you said yourself, it's a single-story extension to a museum building that was granted in 2022. The key issues really are the impact on the character and appearance of the area. A tree survey was requested and it was submitted, and this confirmed none of the mature trees will be adversely affected by the scheme, and tree protection measures are also included. So, in terms of the proposed extension, it will be visible from public view, but it will be subordinate to the main building and viewed in the context of the main building. There are no adverse amenity impacts anticipated. Noise generates really outside of the plan remit, in any case would be ancillary to the use of the museum itself. I would say in terms of balance, there's a slight positive in terms of environmental, social and economic benefits from augmenting museum use in terms of spend, in terms of socially, visitors, and environmentally it's found to be acceptable. So my recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Questions from members? Councillor Burfoot.
The owner, I think you're the owner, are you? Yes. Yeah. Mentioned about extra planting. Is that something we can condition on that piece of land?
We can condition. I mean,
Any further questions? No, we're moving to debate. I'd like someone to move. Councillor Boynton.
Yes, Chair, I'll move that one. It is an extension to a motorcycle museum, which is for the applicant's private use, and there is a need for that extension. There were a number of complaints originally came in. I think most of those have now been resolved, and I move that it's granted. I think the applicant himself has resolved most of these issues, and in particular by submitting further plans showing a 2.5 metre fence around the extension and the planting of laurel trees in front of that, which will be allowed to grow and will actually hide the extension better than the actual building is at this present time.
I also second that, Chair.
Councillor Boynton, Councillor Burfoot made a suggestion with regards to conditioning further planting on the grassed area. Do you wish to take that offer up?
My understanding that the further planting is already included in the plans.
I think it would be prudent to actually have this a traditional, bit like the arboricultural impact assessment, just tie it in more specifically to the planning permission.
Yeah, in which case that's fine. And with that then, do we need to condition the fence as well?
That could be part of the landscaping, hard and soft, the boundary treatment, so it can be worded in one condition, I think, in this case.
Yeah, with those amendments then, Chair, please.
Any further contributions? If not, we'll move. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, one point that struck me, yesterday we talked about solar panels. I'm not bringing up solar panels now. It's the colour of the roof. Can we condition the colouring of the roof so that it's a neutral shade, or is that?
I mean, we can condition it to match the existing, just so it just blend into the existing building. So
yeah, I'm just thinking that if it's a light coloured surface, then the reflection of light off that might be quite obtrusive, where if it's a darker colour, it wouldn't be, that's all.
I think if memory serves me, forgive me, unfortunately the IT equipment's packed up. I think it was like the roof of the building was green. I think.
Right, is it? Okay.
So it's to match materials and matching materials.
Yeah.
We'll just make sure it just blends into the existing building.
Right, that's fine.
Sorry, Councillor Boynton, yes.
I could just add to that. Just so there's no confusion, I believe the existing building has a grey roof, which, if that was to go on to the extension, then I'm sure that the residents opposite would not be particularly happy with that. And I think the plans show a green roof. So just for clarity, if we can specify a green roof, please.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if you look at the plans, the roof and it's all, the way it's designed, it's a curved building, so it's effectively all one profile. So I think it will all be green. It's not actually a wall and a roof. It's one profile. So yes, it will be green. That make you happy, Neil? Yeah, green with red and blue and orange dots. Right, we have that proposal to approve, subject to those additional conditions. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous, so that application is approved. Thank you for that. Right, we move on to the final item this evening. That's item 6. This is to look at the progress with our appeals and to note those that have been determined, the majority of which have been successful, not all of them. And it was interesting to look at the rationale behind the reasons why they've been successful or unsuccessful. Unless anyone's got any questions on that, would someone like to move that we note? Councillor Slack, you have a question? You'd like to move receipt. Someone else like to second that we receive? Councillor Lees, thank you. All those in favour? Yep, that says unanimous, thank you. Right, thank you again, colleagues. It's been a lengthy meeting, but thank you for your diligence and perseverance, and have a safe journey home.